The following is a presentation of the Trojan Sports Network.
We're joined by Taylor Baseball head coach Kyle Gould as they get ready to open up Crossroads League series here with Grace this weekend. Tell us a little bit about what goes into figuring out and reading all the weather patterns like you had to do yesterday. You were like kind of giving the weather on the sixes yesterday all throughout the day.
Yeah, it's the worst part of the job is trying to figure out what the weather's going to do. And, yesterday I thought like that first thing would get through here, and it was just pretty iffy whether we were going to get some at night. But, thankfully we made the right decision and some nasty weather came through. It's just, you're just trying to, especially on class days, you want to do everything you can to maximize class days for these guys and try to get it right. But yesterday, you have a little bit of that. It's 70 degrees and sunny and we're not playing, but we made the right call and we'll have 2 good days to play this series.
You guys took both games on Monday up at Spring Arbor in real convincing fashion. Before we get to that, I want to know, have they finished building the Justin Barber statue yet at Spring Arbor? I heard they were a little low on materials. They couldn't get the right carat for the gold plate that he had asked for.
Yeah, the land of Barber up there. So, no, I know he enjoys going up there, and their head coach and him are college roommates. So I know it's always a fun trip for Justin to get up there, and we make him give a little campus tour to the guys. So it's all good.
Neither of them have given us any dirt on the other, which is kind of disappointing. Maybe we can crack them before the end of the Crossroads League tournament. But let's talk about Monday's performance. Offense really showed out in game number 1, and then you guys had the combined no-hitter there in game number 2.
Yeah, on Monday we scored early the whole series, and to come out and put 6 runs on the board, 7 runs on the board in the first inning, and I think our pitchers settled in, and it was pretty low stress outings for both Alec and Matt, and they both we had to win the series and threw our 2 fifth-year seniors out there, and they both threw great, and the offense was really dynamic. In game 1, our left-handed hitters carried us. In game 2, it was really balanced up and down the lineup, so some really good stuff.
You look at 2 of your sophomores that have been really impressive at the plate this year in Braden Manning and Ben Kennedy. Braden finished the year on a tear out at the World Series. He tied the single-game record for doubles in a World Series game, and he's just one off of your team-high lead in total bases. What's led to his success this season?
Yeah, Braden had a great freshman year, and he always plays big in big games. He kind of did that all year. He had a huge series when we played IWU for the kind of the conference championship in there, and he just always he doesn't really back away from a challenge, and so not at all surprised to see Braden have a big sophomore year.
And then Ben Kennedy, who was obviously a superstar defensively at shortstop, his bat was up and down a year ago, but here he is this year batting .300. What's led to that consistency from 31?
Well, number one, I think he's just kind of figured out who he is as a hitter and where he needs to hit the ball and how he needs to hit the ball, and the strikeouts are down. And last year when the strikeouts were down, his production was good. For a not a huge guy, he's got some juice in the bat and he can drive the ball for extra base. So I think he's just figured out who he is and where he needs to hit the ball, and he's coming into his own, and he's had a great stretch here the last 10 games or so.
You guys take on the Lancers of Grace today and tomorrow. What can make them such a dangerous team? Obviously, if you look at their record, below 500 overall, 1-5 in the league, but they've given a couple of league teams some scares in a couple of those 6 games this year.
Yeah, they opened the year. They went down to Kaiser, who I believe is ranked in the top 10, and took a game from them. They took 3 out of 4 from a very good Tennessee Southern team early in the year. Conference play has not gone their way, but they have played really well. They threw a shutout against IWU the one game. They had a 2-run lead in the 9th inning on Monday against Mount Vernon. So, the 1-5 record isn't what you'd expect, but they are a much improved team, and they keep getting better. Ryan does a good job with them, and they're very dangerous. They've scored a lot of runs. They drive the ball, and I think it'll be I think that conference record's very deceiving. I think it's going to be a really tough test this weekend.
Last thing, who hits the ball for you guys in game 1?
Yeah, I'll go back to Gable Pentecost. He's thrown game 1 for us all year and has had a good year, and threw really well last week up at Spring Arbor, and has really only had one minor hiccup. The St. France game was just okay, but he's had some great outings, so he'll go game 1 for us, and he's been throwing great, and we really need, especially when you're talking about playing 32 innings in about 28 hours, you've got to have good starts, and so we're looking for our starters to give us 5 to 7, especially in these 9-inning games, and then be able to use our talented bullpen in the right roles and not get behind the 8 ball early.
Kyle, thanks for the time. Good luck.
Appreciate it, Rick.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome here to Winterholder Field on the campus of Taylor University for Game 1 of this 4-game series between Taylor and Grace. The Trojans come in as the 21st ranked team in the country with an overall record of 13-9. Third place in the Crossroads League at 6-2. 1-1 pitch to Maximo De Leon is off speed and in there for strike number 2. He's the all-second team pick out of the Crossroads League a year ago, senior out of the Dominican Republic. From Gable Pentecost, and he gets him to swing and miss at a breaking ball, and the first man is down on strikes.
The catcher, Sean Gannon.
Next batter is the catcher, Sean Gannon for GC. They're in the road gray today, pants and jerseys, and the black numbers and the black letters. Pentecost with the off-speed pitch, and it darts in for a called strike number 1. Pentecost, the 6'3" sophomore right-hander, has been the number 1 starter for the Trojans all season. Comes in with a 1-1 overall record, a 2.90 ERA. Fanning at the second one is Gannon. He's down 0-2. Opponent's batting just .209 against Gable this season. 31 strikeouts to lead the Trojans to just 12 walks. He's now got 32 after striking out De Leon, and he now has 33 as Caruso holds on to the foul tip by Gannon. 3 up, 3 straight pitches there, and there are 2 gone here quickly in the top half of the first on a blustery and slightly cool afternoon here in Upland, Indiana. Austin Carr, the senior out of Indianapolis, digs in now for the folks from Winona Lake. And the first pitch is a strike here to Carr. .333 the average, 18 hits, and 8 extra base hits. Pentecost comes inside and he's quickly gone ahead 0-2. The Trojans have won their first 2 Crossroads League series of the year, 3-1 against both St. Francis and Spring Arbor. 0-2 in the opposite batter's box, a good eye from Carr. Outfield behind Pentecost today, Knepp, Picchiotti, and Caleb Colpine. The infield, David at third, Kennedy at short, Frickle at second, Glad at first, Caruso doing the catching today for the Trojans. Pentecost with the sun shining down, looking for a 1-2-3 inning. Carr chops that one down, and the count stays at a ball and 2 strikes. Grace led by 5th-year head coach Ryan Roth, who in his first season as the interim head coach led the Lancers all the way to the Crossroads League tournament title game on this field. Looking at strike 3 is Carr, and that's a 3 up, 3 down, strike out the side, top of the first for Gable Pentecost. Taylor comes up to bat for the first time next here on the Trojan Sports Network. Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland. It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, Rob Sisson, and Adam Sieglin, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Leading off for the Trojans, the left fielder, Camden Knapp.
Lefty, righty to start for the Trojans here in game number 1. Cam Knepp, Caleb Colpine, and then Braden Manning against the starter today for Grace. The junior right-hander stayed locally for his college baseball out of Warsaw, Joey Springer.
Springer a 7.88 ERA, no record and no decisions yet on the year, making his 5th appearance in his 2nd start. Does have a save, the right-hander does. 8 innings of work on the year, 6 strikeouts, and 6 walks. And it's 2-0 here to Cam Nepp. 3rd one inside, and the Trojans knocking on the door of getting the first base runner on to get things going here in the bottom of the 1st. And it's a 4-pitch walk to start for the back-to-back single-season leader in walks, Cam Nepp. So not the start that Joey Springer wanted.
Now batting the right fielder, Caleb Colpine.
With Caleb Colpine stepping in, who's averaging almost 2 hits per game during his storied career, 140 games played, over 200 hits. As they check on the runner at first, the first pitch to Caleb was ball 1. Colpine, a first-team All-League pick and the Taylor Male Athlete of the Year last year as a sophomore. Broke the single-season record for hits with 98. Bouncing it in short is Springer. Good block by Gannon, the catcher. The first 5 pitches dealt by Springer have all been out of the zone. For the first 6, excuse me. And now 7. Wind blowing in favor of the lefty bats this afternoon towards the right field foul pole. Coming inside is Springer, and he gets a called strike 1. 3 balls and a strike here for the right fielder, Caleb Colpine. Caleb, another stellar year as a junior. Throw back to first. Nepp dives in head first with first base coach Cam Screeton looking on. 349 the average for Caleb, 29 hits. Team lead in total bases with 45. Roll over to the right side. Dancing out of the way was our field umpire. They get the out at second and on to first, and a much-needed 4-6-3 double play for Grace. Puts 2 outs on the board here in the bottom of the 1st with no score. Carr to Friesemum, then back over to Stark.
The designated hitter, Braden Manning.
So we'll see if Braden Manning can continue his tear through his sophomore season. Strike on the outside corner, dotted up by Springer. Braden named to the All-World Series team last year out in Idaho. Freshman out of Minnesota, though, is just 1 base off of Colpine's team lead 45 as the day begins. He's also their top run producer, leading him in RBI. But Manning thought he was going to come up here with at least 1 guy on, but that 4-6-3 double play has left the bases looking for occupants. Springer comes back and levels the count on a called strike, 2-2. Grace trying to turn the tables on the Trojans after they saw Taylor send him down in order with 3 strikeouts from Pentecost. And a good eye here by Braden Manning as that ball misses away. And the count's full, 3-2. So Trojans look to get a runner back on after a leadoff walk. And the Trojans sitting pretty, trying to get the first run of the day. Colpine, or make it Manning to the left side, scooped up. Stark over to first, nicely done. Or make it Friesemum, by the way. And facing the minimum is Springer. After a rough start, the first 7 pitches were out of the zone. A 4-6-3 double play kickstarts that run. And we head to the 2nd inning with no score here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria, it's our taste.
No score, top of the second. An opening ball dealt in from Pentecost here to Grant Hartley. Pentecost struck out the side in the top of the first. A very quick succession through just 12 pitches. The 1-0 skied up out of play to the left and out of play here from Hartley. Hartley, the first lefty that Pentecost is set to face here this afternoon. Hartley out of Auburn, Maine, transferred in from Worcester State. Fastball up and in the zone on the outer half. That puts Pentecost ahead 1-2. Trojan pitching's been great. They had the combined no-hitter in game number 2 on Wednesday. Pentecost now 2-2 at one on the shoe tops of Hartley. It was a Dudkowski, Ross, and then Boyer to finish that 7-inning no-no on Monday up at SAU. 2-2 to Hartley. Backdoor breaking ball freezes him, and that's 4 straight strikeouts to start the game off here for the spectacular Gable Pentecost.
Now batting the shortstop, Matt Friesema.
It brings up Matt Friesema, the shortstop, who was very active in that bottom of the first, part of the double play, and then the inning ending ground out. Pentecost deals a fastball right over the heart of the plate, 0-1. So 4 strikeouts for Pentecost to start. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball as Friesema's down 0-2. Batting .273 on the year out of Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin. Transfer to Grace from Milwaukee Area Tech. Grace comes in 7-11 on the year, 1-5 in the Crossroads League. Pentecost gets them looking for strike 3, 5 up, 5 down, all via the punch out here by 22 in white.
The designated hitter, Mason Meyer.
Mason Meyer trying to find his way on here with that highlighter orange bat. 6'1" graduate student out of North Manchester, Indiana. Also sees time on the mound for Grace this season. Slider away, ball 1. Meyer the DH today, but we have seen him man first base a couple of times this year for the Lancers. Foul tips the second one low, and the count evens up 1-1. Taylor had the bats going early and often Monday at Spring Arbor and wins 13-1 and 12-2. A slow start in the bottom of the first, but Pentecost has been money in the bank as he deals another slider in and goes ahead 1-2 on this windy and sunny afternoon. Nobody on, 2 outs, top of the second. And we'll do it again on the 1-2 fouled into the netting. Slider's been really good to start here for Pentecost. Wasting a little time here, dealing another 1-2 home. Up and away, 91 miles an hour on the fastball, and the count squares. Pentecost glares over that mitt, deals the 2-2 offering home. Inside breaking ball, looking for strike 3, and that's back-to-back strike him out innings. 1, 2, 3 in both, as Pentecost has struck out the side in both the first and second frames. We head to the bottom of the second. Taylor looking for some runs here on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
If you get sick, you can trust that we will take care of you. As a Magnet-designated healthcare system, our expert team will create a personalized plan to get you back on your feet. Marion Health. Great care from great people.
First pitch bunted up the third base side. David in there with a leadoff single as a new man in left field for the Lancers. That'll be number 40, Grant Rochek. So an early change here for Grace, but a leadoff single gets David on the bases, and the Trojans have their first runner on today, and it's now Sam Glad about to step in, the first baseman.
The first baseman, Sam Glad.
Glad trying to pick up the baton from his classmates Manning and Kennedy, as Springer sends another one back over to first. He did that with relative frequency with Nepp on back in the bottom of the first. Pitch number 1 here is a breaking ball away, and it's a ball to 8 in white, Sam Glad. We talked about it with Taylor head coach Kyle Gould in our pregame conversation as Glad cuts on an off-speed pitch and comes up with nothing but windy air, 1-1. They're trying to follow in the footsteps of Manning and Kennedy, his two now sophomore classmates who have been on absolute missions at the plate here in their second season in college. Runner goes, throw, a hair short, and it bounces away and rolls into shallow center field. Not far enough for David to get up and try to make a stab at. But he's in there in scoring position, and the Trojans try to strike first here in the bottom of the second inning. Glad had that magical run through the World Series, driving every pitch that he got into the wilderness beyond the center field fence and all the outfield fences out there in Idaho. A little bit quiet here to start as a sophomore, the 206 average. Strikeouts not where he would like. He's averaging exactly 1 strikeout per game played at 22 on the year. Hard hit up the middle. Friesema snags it at short, whips it on to first, and there's one away, but Glad does his job and moves the Trojans 90 feet away from taking their first lead of the day.
Now batting number 16, Brennan Frickle.
And Frickle lifts this one into left. Diving and not making the catch is the new left fielder, Rojek. An RBI single for Brennan Frickle, and Taylor takes a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the second. So the Trojans strike first. Over to first. Addison Hickman was the starting left fielder for Grace today, but he has been subbed out right before we started the second inning. Pitch 1 to Picchiotti is a breaker away here from the righty Joey Springer. Frickle a lift into left for his 17th RBI of the season. One of a handful of Trojans with double-figure RBI totals on the season. 7 in total. Manning leading the way with 21. Back over to first. Frickle on the year, 2 for 3, by the way, on stolen base opportunities. Swing and a miss here from Picchiotti. Taps the right side of his batting helmet, and the count goes to 2-1. Rojek moves over there in left field. Again, replacing Hickman here to start the second. And it's 3-1 here for the speedy Picchiotti, trying to get on and put 2 on for Kennedy. Sends it towards Rojek high in left field. The new left fielder jogs in, makes the catch shoulder high. There's 2 gone.
Shortstop Ben Kennedy.
1 on, 2 away. Taylor leading 1-0 in the bottom of the second for their shortstop, Ben Kennedy. Pick off back to first, like Springer has done pretty much before dealing every first pitch through our first inning and change. Kennedy batting at .340, much better than he did last year as a freshman. Strikeouts are down to 11 on the year. And as Taylor head coach Kyle Gould mentioned in that pregame chat, said that Kennedy's really found himself who he is as a hitter and that identity. And the strikeouts are way down as well, but has really blossomed at the plate and continues to be a magician over there at shortstop. 340, the average as you mentioned. Taking off for second is Frickle. Throw low, diving in feet first, and ball in and out of the mitt of the second baseman, Austin Carr. And Frickle's got a stolen base. And the Trojans have another runner in scoring position here in the bottom of the second, leading by 1. Kennedy 1-1. Fly ball towards center field. Going back now, charging in. Really having to charging in, missing the diving catch. In center was De Leon. Kennedy darts his way into second with an RBI double. And the Trojans take a 2-0 lead here with 2 gone in the second. RBI number 15 this season for Kennedy. And here's the number 9 batter, the catcher, Jacob Caruso. Taylor in the home white jerseys and pants. Purple numbers, purple letters, trimmed in gray. Caruso bouncing it up the middle. Friesema fields it short, and a wonderful toss over to first base for out number 3. But the Trojans put 2 on the board, and after 2, it's a 2-0 Taylor lead here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Two 2-0 Taylor lead. Gable Pentecost starts off with a backdoor breaking ball, and he has been absolutely dialed in here this afternoon. Pentecost on just 27 pitches thrown. Started off pretty much every batter here this afternoon with a first pitch strike. Does the same thing here, and he follows up with a second one to Ryan Stark, the first baseman. 6 batters faced, 6 strikeouts for Pentecost here to start. Has thrown just 6 balls out of the zone all day. High bouncer to the left side, and it goes foul. Almost into the reach of a fan. And almost hit the knees of former Crossroads League Commissioner J.D. Collins, who's texting somebody. He'll go and retrieve that ball underneath the visiting stands at Turner Stadium. And right in the upper part of the zone, looking at strike 3. Stark thought it was ball 1, and it is not. It's strike 3. That is 7 strikeouts to start the game off here for Pentecost. And the last 4 have been of the looking variety. So Stark takes a seat out of Portland, Texas, and it brings up the third baseman, Caden Callaway. We're about an hour east in Greentown, Indiana, just outside of Kokomo, and you guessed it, it's another first pitch strike here from Pentecost. Callaway, a .256 average for the freshman, former Eastern High School Comet. Lashes at that one, sends it streaming out towards the parking lot. And he falls behind 0-2. 30 pitches so far for Pentecost, or 32 of them, 26 of them for strikes. A flare just over Kennedy's head, and that breaks up the fun here. 2 batters into the third. Lead off for 1-out single here for Caden Callaway. That's the first man to not be struck out by Pentecost today.
Bench hitter number 25, Addison Hickman.
So Addison Hickman re-enters here after being substituted for in the top or the bottom of the second. Hickman goes around and held that bat back, but is still in there for a strike. So here's Hickman batting here. 5'10" sophomore out of Rochester, Illinois. Was at Trinity International to start his college career. 2-0 deficit here for Grace in the top of the third with a runner at first. Pentecost misses low, and the count evens up at 1-1. De Leon, Gannon, Carr, Hartley, Friesema, Myers, Stark. The first 7 batters all struck out by Pentecost before a curling single by Callaway over Kennedy at short. Runner goes, swing and a miss here, strike at the plate. Good throw, Caruso. Frickle's got the tag down in time. So the catcher, or there's a batter's interference here on Hickman. Taylor head coach Kyle Gould popped right out of that third base dugout and wants to double check and see if Callaway is out. It looked like from our vantage point, Pentecost thought it was an out. Nick Marple, the field umpire, was right on top of it. It was an excellent throw from Caruso. Frickle made a low pick on one that bounced in short, and then it looked like Callaway slid right into the mitt of Frickle, the Taylor second baseman. And obviously, if you're Taylor, you'd want the runner to be out in this situation. You don't want him going back to first with the count now sitting at 1-2 here to Hickman. They're going to put the runner back to first in Callaway because of the batter's interference. And now Timothy Clark, a home plate umpire, explains it to the 20th year head coach and the defending league coach of the year, Kyle Gould. Sadly, it's not like in football where you can either accept or decline the penalty. It's kind of one of those where it might be one of these situations where the rule's the rule and there's no overturning it, even though the runner did get thrown out. At least from our vantage point again. And now Clark will go back and talk with Marple again. Either way, the count's 1 ball and 2 strikes. The question is the runner going to be at first and 1 out, or no runner at first and 2 outs? That is the question. Wind really whipping out there from left to right. Pentecost has been spectacular today. Coming into this at-bat, 36 pitches, and only 7 of them were out of the zone. And so the runner's going to be out on a caught stealing. There will be 2 outs. So a caught stealing, 2-4 there on the putout as Caruso throws out another runner this season. There are 2 gone, and the count's at 1 ball and 2 strikes. That's the 10th batter that Caruso has thrown out this year out of 29 attempts against him. Callaway still has not left first base. That's the first base coach for Grace is trying to explain it. A warm-up toss from Pentecost, and now Callaway exits stage right. So after all that, we get to 2 outs and 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pentecost trying to face the minimum here in the third, the 1-2, and he does with his 8th strikeout over the first 3 innings. Pentecost is on one today, and his team leads Grace 2-0 here on the Trojans Sports Network.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 4 different levels of membership for you to choose from. Each level receives complimentary season tickets, while the Athletic Director's Circle and Trojan MVP levels receive gifts from the athletic department. Over the years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-4331 or log on to TaylorTrojans.com and click on the Trojan Club tab at the top of the homepage. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University student athletes.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits.
Gable Pentecost show in full effect as his team bats here in the bottom of the third. Taylor leading Grace 2-0. We're back at the top of the order with Knepp, Colpine, and Manning. 2-0 here from Joey Springer. To give you an idea of Pentecost's day so far, 8 strikeouts. He's thrown 37 pitches, and 30 have been for strikes. Nice looking curveball there from Springer. Gets the count to 2-1. Knepp walked and then was a part of that 4-6-3 double play that ended the Trojan front in the first. Screamer to Friesema, short, backhand stop, low throw, good pick over there by the first baseman Ryan Stark, and Knepp's retired for the first time today.
Number 17, Caleb Colpine.
And the hit machine Caleb Colpine steps in. He's 0 for 1. And sends the first one foul, up and out of play. He ended that double play that put 2 outs on the board in the first, but Colpine back on another tear. Looks at ball 1 to even the count. Has 211 hits coming into the day and 140 games played. That's an average of 1.5 per contest. By the way, 276, the record set by TJ Bass a year ago. Another interesting note, he has struck out just 50 times in those 140 games. Pretty good. Foul ball here, 2-2. Last year batted .424 on those 98 hits, leading the Crossroads League in both categories. 6th in the country in hits and 22nd in average. The 2-2 inside, and that's ball 3. And also in those 140 games has gone hitless just 26 times. Here he draws a 1-out walk. So familiar position, Caleb Colpine on the bases. Braden Manning likes that as he's a team leader in RBI with 21, averaging almost 1 per game.
Now batting the DH, Braden Manning.
Manning's 0 for 1. Taylor up 2-0 here in the bottom of the third. First of 4 this weekend, 2 today, 2 tomorrow. Curveball from Springer called for a strike on the outer half. Last year on the World Series, Manning 9 for 18, had 3 doubles in the trouncing of Georgia Gwinnett. Finished with 4 total in the World Series showing for the Trojans in those 4 games. Back over to first again, second time to keep an eye on Colpine. Double play depth here for Grace, with Carr, the second baseman, and Friesema pinching into the bag. Almost landing on the hip of Manning. He pirouettes away to take the count to 1-1. And so much of a hip turn, he's got to try to reattach the Velcro on his protective ankle brace on his left ankle. That wind really whipping down there in the field as you can hear it from our crowd mic. Springer, pickoff attempt to first. Colpine lunges back in once again. Wind blows this one up the right field line, and it just has it blow foul by about a couple feet. Taylor head coach Kyle Gould over there at third, relaying a message to home plate umpire Timothy Clark. It's interesting to see Grant Hartley, the right fielder, playing so far in towards right center field with the wind blowing from left to right. He tried to run and track that one down. Another pickoff attempt to first and another dive back in by Colpine. But it's interesting to see Hartley play so far over towards the gap with the wind blowing as strong as it is. By the way, Rochek is back out there in left field. Swing and a foul ball from Manning as Colpine was trying to take second. He'll have to go back as Manning falls behind 1-2. So Hickman batted there in the third, struck out, and now Rochek back in there defensively in left field. It's the last we'll see of Hickman, the starting left fielder today, since he's been subbed for twice. Bottom of the third, one out, and another throw over to first to Colpine, who is 6 for 6 on stolen bases this season, but is not really known for swiping bags. Back over again as Colpine took a half step off the first base area. Springer is keeping a keen eye, trying to hold Colpine to first as tight as he can. Pitch to Manning, fights it off on the hands, and they'll stay at 1-2. Springer, the righty, out of the stretch. Colpine goes, and that one landed on the backside of Manning. There'll be 2 on the bases here for TU in the bottom of the third. First hit batsman of the afternoon by either starting pitcher.
Now batting the third baseman, Mason David.
And it brings up the second-team All-League pick from a year ago, Mason David. Still double play depth for the Grace infield. Ball one low and away to the righty David. First and second for David. Batting out of the cleanup spot here this afternoon. Second one drops in for a strike. David with 18 runs batted in, hot on the heels of Manning, who stands at first. Just 3 behind that team lead. So Colpine, the lead runner at second. Taylor trying to build on their 2-0 lead, and Springer hits another one. This time it's David in the back of the leg. And now they're full for Sam Glad. Well, you had to know that Glad woke up this morning and his eyes got as big as hubcaps when he looked out and saw where the wind was blowing today, out towards right field, which is very beneficiary for a power-hitting lefty like Sam Glad. Time is called. As it looks like Ryan Roth, the fifth-year head coach, wants to come out and have a chat and has taken a look down towards the bullpen in the right field corner, and now action is starting to percolate over there. This will give us the moment to remind you of our coverage tomorrow on the Trojan Sports Network. We will have coverage of both games of the doubleheader for baseball. We'll have audio coverage for the second, because I will be over at La Crosse. 1 o'clock face-off against Mount Vernon Nazarene. 1 o'clock start here for Taylor and Grace. But that La Crosse game should be done at about the end of the first game, or right about the split. So we'll come back over, have audio coverage for game number 2 tomorrow, after watching Chad Newhart and the boys over at Wheeler Field take on Mount Vernon Nazarene. That's a non-conference game in the lacrosse world, a conference game in pretty much every other sport we play here besides football. Don't worry, it confuses us too. So it should be a good one tomorrow on the lacrosse field with the Trojans coming off of back-to-back wins. They'll try to make it 3 in a row tomorrow. And what should be a pretty good day tomorrow, upper 50s and sun, similar to what it is today. And that wind, though, is what's making things a little bit chilly for most of the folks sitting down there. Bases are full for Glad, who's 0 for 1 this afternoon. 2-0 Taylor lead, one away, bottom of the third. And Springer wisely keeps that one away for ball one. Second one that Glad tried to hit to the moon. It's a curveball that he just missed making contact with. And the count sits at 1-1. Second one hit him in the leg. That's 3 in a row plunked by Springer, and the third run comes around for the Trojans. And now it's Brennan Frickle, who is no slouch in the power department. And defensive switch happened momentarily as Austin Carr goes back to second base and Caden Calloway goes back to third. Base is still full for Frickle. And an inside offering is off target for a ball. 3-zip Taylor lead after a walk and 3 straight hit by pitches. Count evens up 1-1 on a called strike here to Frickle. Springer, off speed is low, and that puts Frickle ahead 2-1. Frickle 1 for 1, an RBI single brought home David just a frame ago to get Taylor on the board. They've added 2 since. Frickle bouncer left side, sitting back on its Callaway, taking the force out at home and able to pick it off the turf. Was Gannon the catcher. They beat Manning by a couple of steps. Fielder's choice puts 2 outs on the board, but the bases still remain full of Trojans. But the good news for Taylor, they have another lefty coming up here with the bases juiced.
The center fielder, Luke Picchiotti.
And coming inside is Springer, and that hit him. So 4 hit batsmen here in the third have brought around 2 runs as David jogs in from third. And now here's Ben Kennedy. And Ryan Roth pops out of the dugout. Once again, looks towards the bullpen, and a new arm coming in here for Grace. Taylor leads 4-0, bottom of the third, 2 outs, and the base is full of Trojans for Ben Kennedy. When we come back, we'll introduce you to the new Grace arm next here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland. It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, Rob Sisson, and Adam Sieglin, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Ball one to Ben Kennedy against Kyle Showley, the new arm in for Grace. The base is full. And the second one bends away as well, 2-0. Showley taking over for Joey Springer, who has walked one and hit 4 here in the setting. He's given up 2, and the Trojans lead 4-zip here in the bottom of the third. A 9 flat ERA for Showley, an 0-1 record, and a fastball down the middle is called for a strike. A whole bunch of space open in the right center field gap, and also on the right side as well, as Grace is really shifting, playing hard against the righty Kennedy. Count in his hands, 2-1. And now it evens up 2-2 as Showley able to get one on the outside corner. 6th appearance for Showley, tied for the team lead, all out of the pen. 5 innings of work, 6 Ks, 5 walks, and a save to go with that 0-1 record. 5th one home, Kennedy pokes it up the middle off of Showley's glove, slipping his car from second. That allows Glad to score from third. Kennedy safe with an infield single, an unfortunate break both off the mound and with Carr blowing a tire. And there's 3 runs here in the bottom of the third for Jacob Caruso with the Trojan lead up to 5.
The catcher, Jacob Caruso.
So all 9 men come to the plate for Taylor here in the bottom of the third. Caruso, the 9th man, looks at ball 1 low. Caruso's 0 for 1. Frickel and Picchiotti, third and second, are the ones still tagged to the starter Springer. And Caruso charges one to deep left field. Going back, it's off the bottom of the fence as Rojek was playing way in. 2 runs already home. Here comes Kennedy. It's a 3 RBI double for the catcher Jacob Caruso, and the Trojans have blown this thing open. They lead 8-0 in the bottom of the third. Sadly, with the wind blowing like it is, it might have taken the grand slam away from Caruso because it cut that ball down right to the bottom of the fence. But the Trojans bat around here in the third. Here's Cam Knepp up for the second time.
The left fielder, Camden Knepp.
Fletcher Remick has come into courtesy run for the catcher Caruso. In on the hands, ball 1. Knepp started this inning off with a ground out to the left side, and then after that it was walks and hit by pitches galore. Highlighted just now by the Caruso double. Knepp takes a breaker in, and the count evens up 1-1 on the called strike. That also closes the book on Springer, by the way. Goes 2 2/3 with 7 runs allowed. Knepp chases one up high, comes up empty. And he falls behind 1-2. Kennedy and Caruso, those back-to-back hits, the only 2 of the inning so far for Taylor. 1-2, fouled off of Gannon and the home plate umpire Clark. And it stays at 1-2 here for the left fielder Cam Knepp. Taylor is batted around here in the bottom of the third, scoring 6 runs. Fastball opposite batter's box, and it's 2-2 here for Knepp. Remick, the 6'1 sophomore, the courtesy runner per NAI rules for Caruso, the catcher, at second. 2 away here in the third. Showley deals. Knepp high in the air to left. Rojek running in from deep in left, and he'll make the catch face high for the third out. But the Trojans score 6 runs on 2 hits and 4 hit by pitches. We played 3 here from Winterholder Field, and the Trojans lead Grace 8-0 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade hand-tossed dough, Greeks Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greeks Pizzeria, it's our taste.
Top of the order up here for Grace. Plenty of run support for the stellar Gable Pentecost today, who has thrown 37 pitches and 38, just like the majority of the rest, is strike one here to De Leon. 38 pitches, 31 for strikes. That's an over 80% strike percentage here for Pentecost, and he throws another breaker to De Leon. He cuts on and misses. It's 0-2 as Pentecost has been nothing short of spectacular here this afternoon. High bouncer up the middle. Kennedy charges to his left. Staggs slides back to his lead. A submarine throw that Glad unable to pick over there at first. And De Leon safe after falling behind 0-2. It'll be an infield single for De Leon. Second base runner on here for the Lancers this afternoon. Tough play for Kennedy there to make. Had to sprint all the way over behind second base, slid to make sure he had the ball in front of him, then got back to his feet. First pitch ball here to Sean Gannon. That's just the fourth time that Pentecost has not dealt a first pitch strike. Pickoff over to first. Almost caught napping was De Leon. He's back there by the skin of his teeth. Eight strikeouts here for Pentecost this afternoon on just 40 pitches thrown. On the other side for Grace, their staff has thrown a combined 71 offerings today. Gable out of the stretch, roll over third base side. David has it go off of his mitt and into shallow left field. De Leon running as Kennedy couldn't get there in time. It'll be a two-base error, and it's first and third here for Grace. As reaching on the error there was Gannon over at first. De Leon wisely running, goes from first to third. And just like that, Grace is knocking on the door of their first runs of the day. With Keenan LeBlanc, courtesy running for Gannon at first. First and third, nobody out. First time all afternoon that Grace has had multiple men on the bases on the fielding error here by David at third. Low one of the turf. Caruso slides to his right and able to backhand stab it. Pentecost out of the stretch, first and third with De Leon, the lead man at third base. Fly ball into right. It's going to drop in front of Caleb Colpine, and it'll be a run coming home here for Grace as they cut into this deficit. They now trail 8-1 on an RBI single from Carr. That's Grant Hartley set to bat. As Hartley re-enters here to bat out of the fourth spot. Not sure who came in right field defensively there in the third, but someone did. That's Hartley back in here with first and second and nobody away. First ball up the middle. Kennedy could be two. Scoops at second, runs the second base, gets the out there. Low throw, Glad ranges to his right, made a snow cone snag. Good job for Glad to keep the ball in front, but Hartley there safe at first. That's first and third here for GC with one away.
The shortstop, Matt Friesema.
Strike here to Matt Friesema, the shortstop. One away here in the third. A curveball sent up and out of play, foul. 2 strikes here on Friesema, the shortstop. And he was a part of that 7 strikeouts to start the game off for Gable Pentecost. Gable's run into some trouble here. Leadoff single, the error, and then another single as they'll bring home the first run of the day for Grace. They trail 8-1 here in the top of the 4th. Runners at the corners, they stay, and a skyrocket sent high into the clouds. Picchiotti comes in from center, calls off Kennedy, loses his cap, makes the catch, and fires it into the infield. And the runners stay where they are, 2 gone. So LeBlanc, the courtesy runner, still at third base, and Hartley is still over there at first here for GC. And the batter's the DH, Mason Meyer. Backdoor breaking ball, can't find its mark, ball 1. Meyer struck out looking his first time up. And those last 5 strikeouts of that 7 to start the game were all of the looking variety by Pentecost. Able to find the upper part of the zone. Called strike, evens the count. First of 4 between these 2 teams this weekend. Supposed to play yesterday, but with all the rain and severe weather in the area, got pushed to today. Just couldn't find that 6-hour window to try to get both games in. Chopped up the third base side. Pentecost pounces off the mound. Fields throws across to first and Glad for out number 3. Grace pushes a run across. We head to the bottom of the 4th. They trail Taylor 8-1 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
First pitch rollover right side, and Caleb Colpeen's retired for the 2nd time today. 1 pitch and 1 gone. Here in the bottom of the 4th with Manning and David, 3 and 4 coming up here for the Trojans in the home half of the 4th as they lead Grace by an 8-1 margin. Taylor came into the day 13-9, 6-2 in the Crossroads League, and a perfect 6-0 here at home. As Braden Manning watches the first one miss high from the reliever Showley, who's in his first inning of work. It's a busy weekend for the folks at Grace. They're hosting one of the opening round sites of the men's basketball NAI National Tournament with the #1 overall seed Lancers set to take the floor tonight up at the Mock. Manning fouls it up and out of play. Manning today is 0 for 1. Was hit by a pitch, and then was one of the force outs at home when the bases were full, just in that long 3rd inning. Golfs it and sends it out of play to the right. A lot of Crossroads League flavor in both the men's and women's basketball tournaments. 5 teams on the men's side, 3 on the women's side. And a couple of host sites in there just outside of Grace. 1-2, curveball lifted high in the air towards the right side. Carr from second, ranging all the way back into shallow right. He runs a country mile and makes the catch. And there are 2 outs for Taylor here in the 4th, still leading by 7. Shalley looking for a 1-2-3 inning here in the home side of the 4th. Could really do wonders after this newfound momentum for Grace, pushing a run across in the top of the 4th after Pentecost was on cruise control through the first 3 innings. David has gotten on twice today in his 2 plate appearances. First offering from Shalley's a ball. The second one is bounced to third, and darting out of the way is Taylor head coach Kyle Gould. Ball and a strike here to the third baseman, David. Bunt single in the second, hit by a pitch in the third. And David came around to score on both of those plate appearances. Third one, he watches it miss the outside corner, and it puts David ahead 2-1. Just a couple points below being another one of these Taylor batters with a 300 average, as David came into the day at 295. With the second most RBI on the team with 18. A 1 skipper to the shortstop and Friesema. Fields a high one, but able to snag it is Stark. And the Trojans sat down in order here in the bottom of the 4th. We played 4. The Trojans lead 8-1 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
If you get sick, you can trust that we will take care of you. As a Magnet-designated healthcare system, our expert team will create a personalized plan to get you back on your feet. Marion Health. Great care from great people.
Top of the 5th, Grace trying to build on their offensive momentum in the 4th. They send up the bottom third of the order and start Callaway and Rochek. Here against the Trojan starter Gable Pentecost, who has been spectacular today. 8 strikeouts, including sending the first 7 down in order that way to start the game off. Hard hit towards the left side. Knepp ranges back. He's going to bounce almost past him. He snags it on the fly, comes in and fires a dart from deep left field and limiting Stark to just a leadoff single. If Knepp doesn't snag that one on the bounce, it's easily 2 for the first baseman Stark. But for the second inning in a row, Grace starts things off with a leadoff single. Breaker low from Pentecost. So it's Hickman that's over there on the on-deck circle. Maybe it was Hartley who Rochek came in to play for, and then they bumped Hickman over to right field. Have not gotten great communication today, outside of a couple of times from the folks on the field about subs. Count 2-0 to Callaway. Runner goes. Caruso has it slip out of his right hand, and in there safe is going to be Stark. First stolen bag of the afternoon for the Lancers. So they've started off hot here to the last 2 innings. 3-0 to Callaway. Third baseman today for Grace. Inside pitch called for a strike. And the 3-1. Up the air, right field line, bending, and bending foul. Wind helps the Trojans on that one. But after being shut out in the first 3 innings of the day, Grace's offense has started to wake back up. Payoff pitch. High into the air, blowing it dead to rights in the air. Picchiotti calls off Kennedy. And another capless catch made by the spectacular center fielder Picchiotti. At another time where Kennedy slipped and almost face-planted in the outfield grass with Picchiotti shouting him away. One gone here for Hickman. So I'm thinking that Rochek came in to play left field. Hickman bumped over to right, replacing Hartley, the right fielder. That is kind of what it's looking like here. Either way, a strike here to Hickman, who struck out once today. Runner goes on a big old lead, and bluffing the bunt and acting as a pick nicely is Hickman. Strike 2 here, but taking third is Stark. 8-1 deficit for Grace as they bat here in the top of the 5th, trying to get their second run of the afternoon. 2-strike pitch, and Hickman cuts on it and misses, and he's down on strikes for the second time today. That's the 9th punch-out of the afternoon for Pentecost. We go back to the top of the order, and the best player for Grace a year ago, Maximo De Leon. Led the team in batting average, hits, doubles, triples, stolen bases, and runs for the man out of the Dominican Republic. Dumps it off the right side. Pentecost fields his position off the mound. Glad's there to cover at first in the 1-3 putout. Throws a 0 up here in the 5th. We're halfway home in game 1 of this 4-game series, and the Trojans, the 21st ranked team in the land, lead Grace 8-1 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Number 8, Sam Glad.
Sam Glad leads things off here in the bottom of the 5th. Taylor leading 8-1. A mighty swing from Glad is cut on and missed here against Kyle Showley, the right fielder. Addison Hickman back out there in left field here for Grace. And Hartley back out there in right as they are really shading over towards the right side with the wind and the pull swing up there of the lefty Glad. Glad's 0 for 1 today. 1-1 count. High bouncer to the right side. It'll stay fair. Stark calls everybody off, and he missed the bag at first, or did he touch the ball in foul territory? He touched it in foul ground, according to first base umpire Nick Marple, and Stark hopping up and down in disbelief and bewilderment and is frozen right there inside the infield green turf, trying to figure out how that wasn't out number one. Frickle and Picchiotti, 6 and 7 to follow here for Glad. Now Shoutley trying to build off of that 1-2-3 inning he had in the fourth. Glad off the handle of the bat, goes foul to the left. And stays 1-2. Sam was hit by a pitch with the bases full in the third. 1-2 again. Roll over to the right side. Carr at second base, scoops it up, casually jogs to first, and Glad is retired. One gone. One away for the second baseman, Brennan Frickle.
Now batting second baseman Brennan Frickle.
Pride of Driftwood, Texas, batting .267 in his sophomore season. He's gotten on base twice today, going 1 for 2. Takes a fastball knee high. Didn't like it, but it's called for strike one. RBI single in the second. Fielder's choice and scored on the Caruso 3 RBI triple to cap the scoring in inning number 3. Lifts the second one foul, and he's down 0-2. Frickle a .267 average. Has had 2 game-winning hits here on this field. Last year against Marion and earlier this year against Madonna. 0-2, chases one low on a slider, and that's one that Frickle would like to have back. You can tell by the look on his face. Back-to-back outs retired here by Shoutley, and he's an out away from back-to-back 1-2-3 frames. And that brings up Luke Picchiotti, the center fielder. De Leon shades a little bit just to the right of center field. On a sunshine day, is Picchiotti a high skyscraper into left. Hickman is there. He's underneath and makes the catch off of his left shoulder. And that's back-to-back 1-2-3 innings by the reliever Kyle Shoutley. We've played 5 here from Winterholder Field, and the Trojans lead Grace 8-1. This is Taylor Baseball on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria, it's our taste.
Two, 3, and 4 due up here for Grace in the top of the 6th. Gannon bounces it back up. The catcher to Pentecost, and he fields his position clean for 1 pitch and 1 out. Still a relatively clean afternoon here on the mound for Pentecost. He's thrown just 60 pitches here, a batter into the 6th. And his strike percentage is at 78%. Through the first 3 innings, it was at over 80%. Throwing just 6 or 7 balls in his first almost 40 pitches dealt. Line drive into right. Colpine playing back. It's right there at the chest. That's 2 pitches and 2 outs here in the top of the 6th, with Carr flying out to right. So Gable ran into some trouble in the 4th, gave up that run, worked around the leadoff single last inning, retiring the last 3 batters he faced. And we'll see what Hartley does on the first pitch here. He takes it for a strike. So we won't get a 3-pitch, 3-out inning, but Pentecost right back on the horse, getting a first pitch strike. Second one in front of that one and yanking it foul is Hartley. And it's 0-2 as Hartley this afternoon has struck out looking and reached on a fielder's choice. 8-1 deficit for Grace in the top of the 6th. Game 1 of this 4-game series. Pentecost comes home 0-2. Breaker is low, and the count maneuvers to 1-2. Grace coming off a non-conference loss 11-3 on Tuesday. They appeal up to first, and going around is Hartley. He doesn't like it, but it's another 3-up, 3-down inning for Gable Pentecost, his third, and he has got 10 strikeouts here on the afternoon. We head to the bottom of the 6th with Grace not happy on the strikeout. They trail 8-1 on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too. Eight, 9, and 1 coming up for Taylor here in the home side of the 6th. Ben Kennedy, Jacob Caruso, and Cam Nepp. It's an 8-1 Taylor lead. First pitch is a strike here to Kennedy. He's been Taylor's most consistent bat today, and it stays out with a screamer up the middle as Shally ducks for cover. A 3-for-3 day for the 8-man, Ben Kennedy. That's the first hit that Shally has given up here this afternoon. Make it his second. Actually, it's his third. I apologize.
Catcher Jacob Caruso.
And here comes Caruso, fresh off of an RBI double. His most recent plate appearance, his second time against Shally. Caruso squares a bunt, and the mustached catcher pulls it back for a ball. That's the third time a leadoff man has gotten on here for Taylor this afternoon. But only one has been able to come around to score. Kennedy lunges back, low throw, bounces away from Stark. It'll be an E1 on the throw from Shally, and Kennedy takes 90 feet and moves up to second base. Walk-up song for Caruso is ZZ Top's Sharp Dressed Man. Said his father picked that out for him this year. Pretty good selection there from Mr. Caruso. Jacob going with the mustache, not with the long beard that the little old band from Texas that was known for. Called strike here to Caruso on a breaking ball. But the drummer, Frank Beard, no beard, just a mustache for the drummer of ZZ Top. 1-1 to Caruso. Curveball, he fans out upstairs and falls back 1-2. The longtime bassist Dusty Hill sadly passed away a couple of years ago, but Beard and frontman Billy Gibbons still on tour to this day for the little old band from Texas. 1 for 2 day for Caruso, with Kennedy standing at second, nobody gone in the 6th. Caruso skies it up. Will the wind blow it out of here? In foul territory, the answer is yes. Top of the order waiting on deck in Knepp. Caruso, the grad transfer out of Thomas More from Rootstown, Ohio. Nobody holding Kennedy on. Pickoff attempt is almost thrown into center field as Showley spun and fired. Carr was well off the bag, and they did it right after they heard Taylor head coach Kyle Gould tell Kennedy that he was fine. And now Carr starting to lurk a little bit closer to second base. Kennedy 2 for 3 on stolen bases this year, but a pretty smart base runner is the sophomore from Southern Indiana. Backdoor breaking ball, cannot find the zone, 2-2. Righty versus righty matchup. Caruso trying to find his way on for the second time today. And the pitch is lined up the left field line, but he got too much in front of it. Lands it in a puddle and it bounces away. Foul ball, still 2-2. Caruso 5'9", $195. That double earlier in the game was his first extra base hit as a Trojan, now with 9 hits in his grad student year. 2-2 again, curveball that he spins out of the way of. And he's got the count full and a long at-bat here against Showley. This will be the 8th one from Showley to Caruso, with Knepp lurking on deck. Kennedy the runner at second after a leadoff single and a misfire throw from Showley on a pickoff attempt. Payoff pitch just misses the outside corner. And heading over to first is Caruso, and there are 2 on for the top of the order. And the courtesy runner Remick on for Taylor and taking Caruso's spot at first.
The left fielder, Camden Knepp.
And here's Knepp, who's 0 for 2 this afternoon. We're on the bottom of the 6th. Taylor leading Grace 8-1 in game 1 of this 4-game series. Friesema comes in from behind at short. Kennedy does not bite. Breaking the ball into Knepp, showed a bunt, pulled it back, and it's 1-0. Over 30 more pitches, almost 40 more pitches thrown by Grace than Pentecost here this afternoon. They almost have as many balls out of the zone than Pentecost has strikes. Bunt, third base side. Showley coming off the mound, wanted to go to third, goes to first, and they get Knepp by a step and a half. Good quick decision there from Showley after not getting the runner at third. Zach works, 1 away, but 2 on, in scoring position for Caleb Colpine. Colpine 0 for 2 this afternoon. A couple over rollover ground balls to the right side.
Fielder, Caleb Colpine.
Healthy leads for both runners at second and third. Ground ball right side. Diving stop Carr. Back to his knees. Back to his feet. They retire Colpine on a 4-3 ground out. Kennedy scores, though, from third. And the Trojans push their lead up to 8 at 9-1. Just 6 hits for the Trojans today, but those 2 walks and the 4 hit by pitches have put their offense on the right foot today. Manning, first one, loops into right field. Hartley's got to race back. He veers off to his left and makes a full extension catch with that running to his left or right, and that's the 3rd out. Here in inning number 6, Taylor leading 9-1 as we go to the final 3rd innings of game number 1 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland. It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, Rob Sisson, and Adam Sieglin, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Chopper right side, in the hole at second. A sidearm throw is Frickle to Glad. And another one pitch out here from Pentecost. Starts off the seventh on the right foot, retiring Friesema. An incredibly efficient afternoon for Gable Pentecost. 65 pitches. He has struck out 10, no walks, no hit by pitches. He has given up 4 singles here this afternoon. And that strike percentage still in the high 70s. Cannot get a first pitch strike here to Mason Meyer. And ironically enough, every at-bat for Meyer started off 1-0 today. But he's 0 for 3, the DH is. Strikeout and a ground out, and battling back to make it 1-1 on a low fastball is Pentecost. Kyle Gould told us in the pregame interview that he needed his starters to go long here in game number 1 as a ball sent up the right field line. It is hailing foul, and it lands foul. One of the Grace relief pitchers in the bullpen tried to signal that it was fair, but it was clearly not. Didn't have a great angle. Those guys sitting on the perch over there. But Gould told us that, particularly with 32 innings of baseball in about a 28-hour time frame, which is a lot, but he mentioned he wanted the starters to go 5 or 6. Well, Pentecost has run through that here as he's taken this thing into the 7th, again on just 67 pitches. The 68th is a foul tip off the handle of the bat towards the Grace dugout first base side. Couple of road bumps there in the 4th and 5th, but Pentecost able to limit the damage to just 1. More than enough offense for Pentecost to work with today. 1-2, and just getting a piece of that one on a low swing was Meyer. That is sent on the opposite side to the Taylor dugout. The 1-2. Inside, just backing out of the way is Meyer, 2-2. Great crowd on hand today. Good amount of Grace folks have made the almost 2-hour trek south. 2-2 from Pentecost with 1 away. And there's now 2 gone on the 11th strikeout today for Pentecost. This one on a swing and a miss from Meyer. But plenty of Taylor folks are here as well, including Hall of Famers Rick Atkinson's wife, sitting in her normal spot down and to our left. The CEO, as Coach A used to refer to her as. Coach A, of course, watching. Proceeding overhead with the A in the first base coach's box. A ball here to Ryan Stark, who's 1 for 1 today. And that now matches the count on a called strike just below the knees, or just at the knees. It was Stark, the last one to put real pressure on Pentecost, led off the 5th with a single, then stole 2nd and 3rd. But he would get no farther. Sends it to third base here. It's just foul by about a ball and a half. As Mason David there behind the bag. Since giving up that single to Stark, he has retired every man he faced, Pentecost has. That is 8 in a row. and trying to make Stark number 9. Pentecost readies, and here's the 1-2. Little golf swing into shallow right. Colpine races, dives, and it's just underneath his belly. Stark rounds first, heading for second. A bullet thrown in by Colpine, unable to make the catch as Kennedy, as Stark would have been dead to rights at second, but he flexes and gets a 2-out double here, and the top of the 7th rolls on. Fifth hit of the afternoon for the visiting Lancers. Their first one for extra bases off of Pentecost. Really good effort there from Colpine to dive on one that was dying in front of him. And it turned up and fired a bullet in, but that's the second time as Kennedy pounds his right hand into his mitt. Second time today that the both miscues by the Trojans. This one not for an error, as Caruso makes a backhand stop on ball 1 to Callaway. But it was the David error back in the 4th inning where he had a runner at first, might have pulled his eyes up a little bit to try to turn 2 as it ricocheted off the heel of his mitt. It looked like the same thing might have happened here to Kennedy, trying to see where the runner was to get the tag down in time, but didn't have the ball with him. Backdoor slider Pentecost. It's been a great pitch for him this afternoon, and it continues to stay stellar. Inside for a strike, 1-1. As reinforcements jogging to the Taylor bullpen to start to get warm. 2 outs, runner at second. Pentecost deals. 1-1. Backdoor pitch again. It's just off its mark. 2-1. It's Alec Hirschberger, the lefty freshman that's down there in the Taylor pen, about to get warm. 2-1 home. Liner just out of the reach of a jumping Frickle into right field. Stark gets the wave around. Colpine throws to second, and the Trojans see the second run come across for Grace. Back-to-back 2-out hits for the Lancers, and they trail 9-2. Just the second hit this afternoon for GC with 2 away.
Now batting the left fielder, Addison Hickman.
Grace has now matched the Taylor output today in hits with 6, but they still trail by 7. Pentecost out of the stretch, just swing and a miss here from Addison Hickman, who has struck out both times he's been to the plate today against Pentecost. Gable has struck out 11 in total here this afternoon. Runner goes from first, ball to plate. Caruso throws a dart down to second. Frickle with the snag and the tag, and there is out number 3. Second time the Caruso's thrown a man out today. It's time to stretch in Upland, Indiana. The home team Trojans lead 9-2 over Grace here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's our taste.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's
1-0 sparked up the middle by David, fielded nicely by Friesema. And a 6-3 putout starts things here in the bottom of the 7th. With Glad and Frickle here to follow. A Caruso caught stealing his second of the afternoon for the Trojan backstop. Limits the damage to just 1 there in the 7th. Again, Hirschberger warming up for Taylor in the bullpen, so it looks like the starter, Gable Pentecost afternoon, will come to a close after 7 innings where he gives up just 2 runs, 6 hits, and he struck out 11 here on the day. Big cut there from Glad. He comes up with nothing, chasing it up high, and he's down 0-1. Sam today 0 for 2 with a couple of ground outs. Batting for the 4th time. As Showley misses low. Now with as many free passes that the Grace pitchers have allowed today, first Springer the starter and now Showley, if they could only use 2 in this game, they would really enjoy that looking ahead to the rest of the 3-game series here, with the second game coming up about 25 minutes after this one. 2 balls and a strike here to Glad, the first baseman. Wind blowing down the right field area. Showley misses his target low, and it puts Glad up 3-1. Frickle waits on deck. Taylor head coach Kyle Gould a good amount of distance out of the third base coach's box. There might be a pinch runner or something coming here if Glad can get on. Cuts on an off-speed pitch. It's now 3-2 on the strike. Glad trying to get on base for the second time. Payoff pitch. Little flare just over the jumping effort of Friesema, who hung in the air wonderfully there at short. And Glad's on with a 1-out single here in the 7th. And Luke Sutter will come in to run for Glad. We knew something was up when the boss was well out of the third base coach's box. So it's Luke Sutter, the 6'1 freshman from Centerville, Ohio.
Number 23, Luke Sutter. Now batting for Taylor, the second baseman, Brennan Frickle.
But remember, NAI rules, most likely we'll see Glad back out there at first to re-enter when we get to the top of the 8th. Frickle watches an off-speed pitch, soar in for a strike. Good start to the day for Frickle, an RBI single, reached on a fielder's choice. Scored both times. Then struck out swinging in the 5th. Sutter draws the eye of Showley, who steps off the mound. His one time allowed to do that during this at-bat. Sutter is 0 for 1 on stolen base attempts this season. Strike on Frickle. Lifts the second one out of play to the right, and that puts the Taylor second baseman down 0-2. Great story for Frickle. Broke his hand in the second at-bat of the season last year on January 26th. Was a highly sought-out player out of the state of Texas. With a lot of D1 teams looking at him. And he's taken his talents here to Upland, Indiana, and has been embraced with open arms since getting on campus last year. Sutter takes off on the 0-2. Flare foul territory, caught by Stark, and the first baseman's got plenty of time to get back and turn an unassisted double play to end the bottom of the 7th as Sutter was going on contact. So Frickle fouls out in foul territory. Stark caught it, and he moses his way back to first to turn 2 and take it to the 8th inning here on the Trojan Sports Network with Hirschberger coming on to pitch.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 4 different levels of membership for you to choose from. Each level receives complimentary season tickets, while the Athletic Director's Circle and Trojan MVP levels receive gifts from the athletic department. Over the years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-4331 or log on to TaylorTrojans.com and click on the Trojan Club tab at the top of the homepage. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University student athletes.
lively left arm of Alec Hirschberger deals in a first pitch strike here to Addison Hickman as he takes the ball from the starter Gable Pentecost. Hirschberger making his 6th appearance of the season, his 3rd in relief. Comes inside to the righty Hickman, and the count is 1-1. ERA not where Hirschberger would like it at over 16, with 15 runs, all of them earned here in his first 8 1/3 of work, but a really talented young man that threw 4 no-hitters during his high school career at Fairfield. Falls behind 2-1. Here is Pentecost, the starter, went the first 7 innings for the Trojans, 6 hits, only 2 runs, and he struck out 11. Another wonderful showing here from the sophomore Pentecost. Hirschberger falls back, 3-1 here to Hickman as he tries to get on for the first time today. He leads off the top of the 8th, does the Grace left fielder, as Hirschberger dots the outside half for a called strike to make it a full count, with De Leon and Gannon to follow here for Grace. Wind whipping here on a sunny Friday afternoon. They trail Taylor 9-2. Payoff pitch too far inside, and it's a leadoff walk here for Hickman as he jogs to first, discarding protective gears with every step.
Center fielder Maximo De Leon.
That's the first walk allowed by Taylor pitcher here this afternoon. We go back to the top, and Maximo De Leon. The lefty Hirschberger gets a foul ball on the righty swing from De Leon. Maximo transferred in to Grace out of Northeast Community College. 2nd season with the Lancers. Last year was their best offensive player. On his way to a 2nd-team All-Crossroads League honor. Fastball from Hirschberger tails away. The count 1-1 strike. 1 for 3 day for the center fielder De Leon. Singled and scored the first run for Grace back in the 4th. Hirschberger again trying to work that outside part of the plate, and De Leon has watched 2 sail away, and he goes ahead 2-1. Only 1 lefty in the order here for Grace. Runner takes off, and Hickman, ball at the plate. Caruso throws it high, and just getting underneath the tag is Addison Hickman. 3rd stolen base of the afternoon for the Lancers. 3-1 the count of the plate to De Leon, and GC's got a runner in scoring position early on here in the top of the 8th. Hirschberger, a deep breath, the kick, and comes home. And misses up high, back-to-back walks. And Taylor head coach Kyle Gould quickly out of the dugout, and Hirschberger's afternoon lasts just 2 batters as he walks Hickman and now walks De Leon. Incoming out of the pen is Jake Boyer. We'll talk about the big 6'4 righty next here on the Trojan Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
If you get sick, you can trust that we will take care of you. As a Magnet-designated healthcare system, our expert team will create a personalized plan to get you back on your feet. Marion Health. Great care from great people.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
First pitch lifted into left field against Jake Boyer, trying to come around to score, throwing to third and coming back to the bag, now going home. Kennedy throws to Caruso, and goodbye, Addison Hickman. He blew past third. He was too far to get back to the bag, so he tried to score. It's a 7-6-2 putout, and even though it's a lead or a single here for Gannon, no run score. They're still second and third, but the good news for the Trojans, an out is away.
Second baseman, Austin Carr.
Good aggressive approach there for Gannon on his first hit of the day. Austin Carr watches a fastball miss high from Jake Boyer, who takes over for Alec Hirschberger, who walked the first two batters of the inning and was quickly pulled. Boyer, a 5.79 ERA, 1-0 record on the year. Evens the count at 1-1. 6'4", sophomore out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. His mom, the longtime volleyball head coach at Blackhawk Christian High School. Runners go. Fly ball towards the gap in right center field. Could be trouble for the Trojans, and it finds some grass dying in front of the warning track. It's a foot race around the bases, cut off by Frickel, and both runs come around to score with Gannon hot on the heels of De Leon. Actually made LeBlanc the courtesy runner on the heels of De Leon. A 2 RBI double for GC has them to within 5, down 9-4 here in the 8th.
The right fielder, Grant Hartley.
And that brings the book to a conclusion on Hirschberger. Just 1 run scored. Tag to him. LeBlanc scores. That is via the leadoff single given up to Gannon, with LeBlanc coming in to courtesy run for the catcher. As Jack Ross continues to get warm in the Taylor pen. Taylor coaching staff was probably hoping to not have to use Ross here in game number 1. With Taylor coming into this frame leading 9-2. Their offense has really sputtered since scoring 8 runs between the second and third innings. And that's what's allowed Grace to kind of hang around here, as they've out-hit Taylor today 8-7, but they're still down by 5 on the big board and left. Pentecost great through the first 6 innings and change. You can see he was kind of losing some velocity there when he got through the 7th after giving up a double. But a caught stealing got him out of the inning after only relinquishing 1 run. As Boyer fires in a fastball to the lefty Hartley. 0-1 to start. Just 1 away here in the 8th, and the best offensive inning so far for the Lancers as they trail by 5. Boyer has this one bounced off a home plate and away from Caruso. The wild pitch moves Carr up to third base, as the Trojans not having a clean top of the 8th any which way. Defense plays straight up with a runner at third and 1 gone. Swing and a miss up high, and Hartley has got the count even at 2-2, or 1-2, excuse me. A couple of strikeouts and a reach on a fielder's choice is Hartley's day at the dish, with Friesema, the shortstop, waiting in the wings. Boyer, a deep breath, the 1-2 home. Foul tipped, Caruso held onto it, and that's the 12th strikeout by the Taylor pitching staff today. 2 gone here in the 8th. Third time that Caruso has struck out today. To add more impressive notes to Pentecost afternoon, as Boyer deals in a first pitch ball inside on a fastball. Gable today threw 79 pitches. He threw 60 of them for strikes. And 11 strikeouts today. Popped up to the infield on the 1-0. Now drifting out towards shallow center. Picchiotti, arms extended, shields his eyes briefly, makes the catch with the sunglasses on. For out number 3, we go to the bottom of the 8th. Grace trying to breathe down Taylor's neck as they've cut the deficit down to 5 at 9-4 after 7.5 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Picchiotti, bunt third base side, and he stretched that leg out, but a nice field and fire from Caden Calloway gets the speedy Picchiotti out from the left side of the plate. Quickly one away for Taylor here in the bottom of the 8th, as they've seen their once 8-run lead trimmed down to 5. So Picchiotti 0 for 3 today. Here's Ben Kennedy, who has almost a half of Taylor's 7 hits. 3 for 3 day for the shortstop. Lifts the curveball out of play. RBI double, RBI single for BK this afternoon, has also scored twice. Rips it to the left side. It's a 4 for 4 afternoon for Kennedy. He's got exactly half of Taylor's 8 hits for Big Ben Kennedy. So 1 on for Caruso, who's been no slouch with the bat in his hands this afternoon. He's thrown out 2 men trying to steal today and trying to get his second hit today. 9-4 lead for the Trojans, I should say, here in the bottom of the 8th. Caruso goes after the first one and smacks it foul. 3 RBI double for Caruso in that 6-run third inning for Taylor. He walked back in the 6th. The Taylor offense has been quiet here in the last couple of innings, with Schrouder dealing back-to-back 1-2-3 frames in the 4th and 5th. Taylor pushed across a run in the 6th, but had an unfortunate double play that ended their hopes of adding a run in the 7th. Count 1-1 to Caruso as the second one missed. The third one almost landed on his back, and it just clipped that big left bicep of 28 in white. That's why you do the push-ups, kids. And so a hit by pitch, and they're 2 on for the top of the order in Knepp. So Remick into courtesy run again for the Taylor catcher. And that brings the end of the line for Shallow, who's been really nice in relief today for Grace. We'll see who the new arm is for the Lancers when we come back here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greeks Pizzeria, it's our taste.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, Rob Sisson, and Adam Sieglin, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Top of the order up for the Trojans as they try to get some breathing room here in the bottom of the 8th. 2 on, 1 out for the top of the order, Cam Knepp. Off speed is inside for a strike from the new arm, the righty Caleb Davis, 5'11" sophomore out of New Palestine, Indiana. He takes over for Showley, who goes 4 2/3. Foul tipped on a curveball, held on to by Gannon, and Knepp falls behind 0-2. Five hits, 2 runs allowed by Showley today. The 0-2 to Knepp. Sends it up the left side. Snagged on the catch by a little hop by Friesema, the shortstop. Good read from Kennedy to get back to the bag at second. There are 2 gone here for the Trojans in the 8th, trying to build their 5-run clearance. Taylor today 3 for 9 with 2 outs, as Colpine trying to avoid just his 27th hitless game of his stellar career. Fans on the first one, 0-1. This season, the Trojans are 0 for 4 in the 4 games that Caleb has not recorded a hit this season, 14-10 overall. Low. Everybody stays where they're at, 1-1. Davis on the season, his 4th showing out of the pen, a 6.23 ERA. Curveball lands on Caleb's thigh, and the bases are full here with 2 gone for the Trojans. That brings up the Trojan leader in RBI, Braden Manning. Top of the order has struggled today for the Trojans. Colpine now 0 for 3. Manning's 0 for 3. And Knepp also 0 for 3. Actually 0 for 4. 0 for 3, yes. But the Taylor Trojans, 21st ranked team in the land, still lead 9-4, even though they've been out hit today by 1. Ball 1 up and in on the curveball to Manning. Kennedy, the lead runner at third. Remick and Colpine behind him. Manning puts a charge towards deep center field. De Leon goes back. He camps underneath and makes the casual catch for out number 3. We head to the top of the 9th. Grace trying to get a comeback effort going as they trail 9-4 to number 21 Taylor, with Boyer back on the mound.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Mason Meyer starts off with a strike here in the top of the ninth against Jake Boyer. To take the Trojans to the finish line here in game one of the four-game set with the Lancers. Meyer, Stark, and Callaway, 6, 7, and 8. Coming up here for GC, they've scored 3 unanswered runs dating back to the 7th to make it a 9-4 deficit. Foul tip on a heater. Meyer falls behind 1 and 2. Boyer, the righty out of the stretch, comes home the 1-2, just below the knees as Meyer made that zone a little bit smaller, and the count sits at 2-2. Meyer 0 for 3. The righty DH, 2 strikeouts and a ground out today. And looks at strike 3 as Boyer gets his second punch out, 1 gone here in the ninth. Other scores from around the league today. Bethel at home leads St. Francis 6-2. Huntington in the bottom of the ninth leads Mount Vernon Nazarene 3-2. Big day of action over there. Taylor softball over at Mount Vernon Nazarene today. Strike 1 to start here to Ryan Stark. Marion trails Spring Arbor at home 3-2. Just getting underway, Goshen and Indiana Wesleyan to round out our first slate of games here on this sunny Friday. Big fan there by Stark, and it's 0-2 to the only man with multiple hits today here for GC Stark, who's 2 for 3 with a double and a single. He's quickly down 0-2, and he's almost struck out. Foul tip, though. It goes off the torso of Caruso and rolled all the way up on a couple of bounces to the first base coach's box. Righty on righty, 1 away, top of the ninth, nobody on, and a bouncer up the middle. Kennedy charges, stretches that arm out, fields behind second, whips it to first, and they get Stark by a half step. And the last man standing here for Grace in game 1 is Caden Callaway in the ninth.
Third baseman, Caden Callaway.
I stand corrected. Callaway also with a couple of base knocks today, so he and Stark out of the 7 and 8 spot have combined for half of Grace's 8 hits. Ball 1 of the deal here from Boyer. Callaway, the last man to face the starter Gable Pentecost this afternoon for the Lancer lineup. Fastball dealt in low, evens the count at 1-1. There's an RBI single for Callaway, but then he got thrown out by Caruso trying to steal second. Boyer misses in the turf. 2 balls, 1 strike here for the third baseman for GC. Taylor comes into the day a game back of second place Indiana Wesleyan and just 1 game back of first place and undefeated Mount Vernon Nazarene. Strike 2, and Grace is down to their last strike here in game 1. Taylor 6-2, Mount Vernon Nazarene 6-0. They do have 2 games with Grace to finish up on Monday. The 2-2 home. Right down the left side of the plate, looking at strike 3, and Boyer finishes the game off with a 1-2-3 top half of the 9th inning as the Trojans get a game 1 win today by a final of 9-4. Gable Pentecost goes 7 innings. He strikes out 11 on a wonderful performance today to move his record to 2-1. Joey Springer takes the loss. He falls to 0-1 here for GC. With the win, Taylor now sits at 14-9 on the year, 7-2 in the Crossroads League. Grace falls to 7-12, 1-6 inside the Crossroads League. We'll take a break, come back in about 25 minutes for the start of Game 2. That'll be 7 innings between Taylor and Grace. Here on a sunny Friday, we'll talk to you in about 25 minutes here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland. It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, Rob Sisson, and Adam Sieglin, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria, it's our taste.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
catcher Sean Gannon.
Welcome back here to Winter Holder Field on the campus of Taylor University, just a few short miles from the bustling metropolis that is downtown Upland, Indiana. Game 2 with Nick Crabtree on the mound. And deals a first pitch ball here at 3:48 p.m. after Taylor won game number 1, 9-4. A little bit of shift in the order here for GC to start. Sean Gannon, their catcher, leads it off. He and Maximo De Leon flip-flop spots in the order here for the nightcap. Second one in for a strike here from Crabtree. Nick, the best ERA on the Trojan staff this year, tied with Jack Ross at 2.45. No decisions yet, does have a save. Its 8th appearance. First start of the year for Crabtree. And the 1-1 skied, bending towards Luke Picciotti in center field. He shields his eyes with his left hand, makes the catch with his right. Sunglasses on, loses the ball cap, does not deter Picciotti, and there's one gone. It's the 3rd start of Crabtree's career. Had 2 starts last year as a freshman. With the win in game number 1, the Trojans now 14-9 on the year, 7-2 in the league, 7-0 here at home. Grace falls to 7-12, 1-6 in Crossroads League action. Maximo De Leon fouls off the first one he gets here from Crabtree. The rest of the Taylor defensive assignments, the corner outfielders, Cam Knepp in left, Caleb Colpine in right. The rest of the defense the same from our opener. De Leon fans at the second one, 0-2. Mason Davids at third, Ben Kennedy's at shortstop, Brennan Frickles the second baseman, Sam Glad's at first, and Jacob Caruso doing the catching. 2 strikes here on De Leon. Swings at a fastball away, and it's 2 up, 2 down on an 89-mile-an-hour heater here from the lefty Crabtree.
The second baseman, Austin Carr.
Gable Pentecost got the win for the Trojans in game number 1. Struck out 11 over his 7 innings of work to pick up his second win of the year. A ball here to Austin Carr, the righty second baseman. Carr drove in 3 runs on his 2 hits in the opener. Back at the knees, called for strike number 1. Carr, the senior out of Indianapolis, started the day batting .333 for the Lancer cause. Nobody on, 2 outs, top of the first. Swing and a miss, and Crabtree goes ahead 1-2. Nick came into the day 2 for 1 strikeout to walk ratio, 24-12. The lefty sets to the stomach, looks in, deep breath, then the 1-2 on its way home, and fouled back. Will do the dance again. Carr, the 3rd batter of the order. First 2 retired by Crabtree. Fly out and a strikeout. And the second one. And the 3rd out is in there for a strikeout. A swing and a miss as Crabtree saunters off the mound. 3 up, 3 down at the top of the first. Trojans coming up to bat for the first time in game 2 next. Here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria, it's our taste.
Game 2, bottom of the first, Taylor batting for the first time. It's the same order from game number 1 and the same defensive positions. Cam Knepp, left fielder. Caleb Colpeen, right fielder. Braden Manning, DH 1 through 3. Third baseman, Mason David. First baseman, Sam Glad. Second baseman, Brendan Frickle, 4 through 6. And the first one from Knepp ripped into right field. Grant Hartley's there for the catch. 1 pitch and 1 out on a line out to right field. Luke Picchiotti, the center fielder, bats 7th. Ben Kennedy, the shortstop, bats 8th. And Jacob Caruso, the catcher, bats 9th. Here in game number 2 for the Trojans. They lock horns here with Owen Kirkenstein, 5'10 sophomore righty out of Mentone, Indiana, just outside of Fort Wayne, graduated from Tippecanoe Valley and transferred in from Danville Area Community College. Faces off with Caleb Colpeen and a strike over the heart of the plate, 0-1. Colpeen 0 for 3 in game number 1. It was the first time all season that the Taylor baseball team's been able to win a game when Colpeen had no hits. They were 0 for 4 in the first ones. One and 1 is the second one missed from Kirkenstein. And now it's 2-1 in favor of Colpeen. First start of the season for Kirkenstein, a 7.04 ERA. No decisions, 7 strikeouts, 3 walks, and 8 innings of work. 1 out here, bottom of the first. We're scoreless. Colpeen checks, and it goes off of the handle of the bat and the hands a little bit. 2-2, the count now sits. Taylor trying to keep pace with first place Mount Vernon Nazarene that defeated Huntington in their first game of the 2 today. Up and away, full count now to the lefty Colpeen. Kirkenstein out of the stretch. The righty home on a payoff to Colpeen. Lashes at it up the left field line. Tailing towards the Taylor bullpen, and it lands just outside of it. After the Colpeen at-bat comes to a conclusion, we'll take a spin around the Crossroads League, give you some score finals from Game 1s around the league here in the second or third weekend of league action. At 3-2 again, Colpeen fights it off to the right side, and it's foul once again. Pitch number 9 here from Kirkenstein to Colpeen. Rips the right side. Nice jumping stab by Stark, and the first baseman hauls in a screamer from Colpeen, who's had trouble getting it to some open space these days. Had a couple well-hit balls back in Game 1 and the first one here in Game 2. They've gone right to the Grace infield. 2 gone here for Taylor in the bottom of the first.
The DH, Braden Manning.
So 2 gone for the leader in RBI, Braden Manning. Strike number 1 for the DH. He was hitless in game number 1, went 0 for 4. Rolls over the second one here and sends it foul. 0-2 with 2 outs, nobody on. Bethel beat St. Francis 6-2 in game number 1. Late start down in Indianapolis. Spring Arbor leading 5-4, bottom of the 6th at Marion. Mount Vernon Nazarene defeated Huntington 4-3. And 7-0 the Iwu lead over Goshen in the top of the 3rd of their first game today. Pitch number 3 from Kirkenstein to Manning is ball 1. Manning tries to get Taylor on the board here. The Trojans are on the bases here. Taylor was 3 for 10 with 2 outs in game 1. Bouncer third base side. Backpedaling is Callaway. Fields fires across the diamond. And the Trojans go down in order here in the bottom of the first. 3 up, 3 down, both sides here in the first. No score after 1 in game 2 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 4 different levels of membership for you to choose from. Each level receives complimentary season tickets, while the Athletic Director's Circle and Trojan MVP levels receive gifts from the athletic department. Over the years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-4331 or log on to TaylorTrojans.com and click on the Trojan Club tab at the top of the homepage. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University student athletes.
If you get sick, you can trust that we will take care of you. As a Magnet-designated healthcare system, our expert team will create a personalized plan to get you back on your feet. Marion Health. Great care from great people.
Ball one to start here for Ryan Stark. Middle third of the order coming up here for GC this afternoon. Both teams go 3 up, 3 down, their first turn of the plate here in the nightcap. High 80s fastball that Crabtree blows by a swinging Stark to even the count at 1. Friesema and Hartley to follow here. Goshen in the road gray uniforms and pants with the black numbers and the black letters and the white trim. 1-1 is fouled back. The Trojans in their new white uniforms and white pants, wedding cake white with the purple numbers and the purple letters. And the Taylor across the front of the new Taylor font debuted a year ago. Gray trim out there as well for the new color scheme for the Trojans, with gold being shifted out and gray being shifted in. A lot of fresh uniform combinations all throughout Taylor athletics this year, with a couple of them being debuted a season ago right after the new rebrand was launched. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Stark sends it up and out of play. Stark batting out of the cleanup spot here in Game 2, was the 7th hole man in the opener. Went 2 for 4 with a single and a double. Pops this one up here on a 2-2. Right side of the infield. Glad retreats back into shallow right field. Toes the foul line. Makes the catch in fair territory by a half a step. And the first man's retired here in the 4th for Grace.
Number 18, Matt Friesema.
And with 1 away, it brings up the shortstop, Matt Friesema. Friesema, junior, 5'10", out of Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin. Ball 1 from Crabtree. Nick, a graduate from nearby Delta High School, just down in Muncie, where he played his senior year for former Taylor pitching coach Devin Wilburn. Up high fastball, swung on and missed. Wilburn will like that, 1-1. Crabtree and Friesema both step off the mound and out of the box, respectively. And the pitch clock restarted. 3rd one home. In the air, but foul towards the parking lot. And the sweet, sweet sound of a baseball hitting concrete is a relief to everybody that parked their car over there today. A couple of weeks over spring break, folks don't have to worry about that. The whole parking lot's going to be vacant. Game 1 winner, Gable Pentecost, goes to chase it down. Crabtree's heater's low, and the count squares at 2 apiece. Friesema started the day batting .273 with 4 doubles and a home run. 2-2, lays off a high fastball, and the count's run full with the bases empty and 1 gone. Pentecost was excellent in the opener. 79 pitches over his 7 innings of work through 60 strikes for a strike percentage in the low 80s. Payoff here. Friesema to the right side will do it again as it dances foul. Crabtree to the lefty against the righty bat of Friesema. One away, and ball 4 up and away. Good eye from Friesema as he takes the 7th pitch he gets from Crabtree for ball 4. First base runner on the afternoon here for GC.
The right fielder, Grant Hartley.
.54 degrees and sunny our Game 2 temperature. Fastball low. Good cover from Caruso to keep it in front of him. But unlike Pentecost, Crabtree's been having to pitch from behind more often than not here through the first inning and change so far. Did a good job to battle back and get 2 strikeouts to end the top of the first. And deals a knee-high strike to the outer half. 1-1 on the lefty Hartley. He's the only lefty in the order here in Game 2, just like he was in Game 1 for Grace. They're led by 5th-year head coach Ryan Roth. Man at first. That's Friesema, the shortstop. He stays there. Going around on one is Hartley in the turf, and he falls back 1-2. Good breaking ball there from Crabtree that got Hartley to chase. Hartley was 0 for 3, reached on a fielder's choice in Game 1. Hit and run is on, and Friesema's going to have to come back. Pop up right side. Glad walking back, makes the catch. Just a little hair late from getting the double play over at first. As Hartley scraped the sky with it, and it hung in the air in that wind blowing from left to right. And with the Grace dugout that you could hear screaming in the background, trying to get Friesema's attention, they got it eventually. They got back right at about the same time that Glad made the catch just behind first base. Or behind first base, not just behind it, but behind it by a couple of steps. Frickle came into cover first, but no play was made, and the runner stays at first. Fastball hit the leg of Mason Meyer, the DH, and there are 2 on the pond here for Grace. First time that Meyer's been hit by a pitch all season.
The third baseman, Caden Calloway.
There's the second one that Crabtree's hit. 8th man of the order today is Caden Calloway, the Grace third baseman. No score, top of the second. Grace trying to strike first here in Game 2. They dropped the opener 9-4, and one that they trailed the whole way in. And another first pitch ball dealt in from Crabtree. Lefty on righty. Crabtree thought it was good enough for a strike. It's low, 2-0, and here comes Taylor pitching coach in his 6th season, Justin Barber, coming out to chat with Crabtree. Nick, another member of this talented sophomore class. With he and Pentecost, Manning, Glad, Frickle, you can go down the line. These second-year members of the Taylor baseball team and over on the Taylor softball team are something to behold. Softball at Mount Vernon Nazarene today. That's a 3 o'clock first pitch over in Ohio. We'll try to keep eyes on that as the day rolls on here. Taylor and Grace here tomorrow on the baseball side to wrap up games 3 and 4 of the 4-game series. First pitch at 1 o'clock. Again, we'll have video coverage of both games. We'll have audio for the second. We'll be streaming lacrosse at 1 o'clock with audio and video coverage at 1 p.m. 2-0 to Callaway. Third baseman was 2 for 4 in the first game today. Struck out of the very last out to end game number 1. And Crabtree deals in the first strike 1 fastball. 4 runs on 8 hits for Grace. They struck out 14 times in game 1 earlier. Back down the middle goes Crabtree. And back-to-back fastballs evens the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nick trying to work around a 1-out walk and a 2-out hit by pitch. 0-0 top of the second. Crabtree readies as the wind picks up here in the top of the second. The runners stay on a 2-2 with 2 outs. A swing and a miss. Caruso holds on to it. And swinging and missing as Callaway and Crabtree leaves 2 on the bases here as we head to the third. Or we head to the bottom of the second with no score here on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Mason David leads off the bottom of the second for Taylor as the Trojans look for their first base runners of the afternoon. David, the cleanup man here today, with Sam Glad to follow him. Nick Crabtree worked around a 2-on, 2-out little mini jam in the top half of this inning. David goes after the second one low, and he's fallen back 0-2. Here to Owen Kirkenstein, the starting right-hander for Grace here in the second game of our day and second game of the series. Brennan Frickle after Glad bats. 0-2 here to David. Sits on one of the hands. Good decision to take ball 1. Mason, a .295 average when the day began. Named the Crossroads League Player of the Week a couple of weeks ago. Started off hot in the first 2 at-bats of our opener today, getting on base with a single and a hit by pitch. Lashes at the 1-2 and sends it skyward and foul, but then grounded out to short his last 2 times up of our first game today. The junior out of Bloomington, Indiana, digs in and waits for the 1-2. Good eyes. It ends up in the opposite batter's box from Kirkenstein, and the count squares. The 18 hits for David put him in a tie. Or the 23 hits, I should say, for David put him near the top for the Trojans. Ball 3 here. Was one of 5 Trojans with 20 base knocks coming into the day. Third most on the team is that 23 hits. Now with 24 after the single in the opener, and he draws a 1-out or a leadoff walk here in the bottom of the second to get Taylor their first man on.
Now batting the first baseman, Sam Glad.
And the batter here is the first baseman, Sam Glad. A lefty to follow the righty Mason David, who takes a nice lead over at first. And the first pitch fastball is called for a strike on the inner half. David a hit in game number 1, also an RBI after a bases loaded hit by pitch. Bouncing it in short. Gannon able to block it and keep it in front. And wisely staying over at first is Mason David. Mason on the year, 2 for 3 on stolen base attempts. Scoreless bottom of the second. Taylor going for the doubleheader sweep as they try to win their 4th game in a row, winning the opener 9-4, then taking the 2 games Monday at Spring Arbor by 13-1 and 12-2 finals. The 1-1, and that hits Glad in the leg. He chucks the bat, and he'll jog to first. First 2 men on here in the bottom of the second for TU.
The second baseman, Brennan Frickle.
2 on, nobody out for the always dangerous Brennan Frickle. Pickoff attempt back to second. David gets in front, almost took a chance at taking third. It was Friesma coming in to cover. And the pickoff attempt from Kirkenstein almost ended up in a deeper part of center field. Got clipped on the way there by either David's legs or the glove or the body of Friesma. Not far enough to let David take a chance at swiping an extra 90. Bunn is here, and good read from the shortstop Friesma to go darting over to third, knowing that Callaway would have to come in and cover from third base. A strike here to Frickle. Brennan was 1 for 4 in our first game today, an RBI single. Did reach on a fielder's choice and scored that time as well. Frickle with another bunt. And it could have been trouble there for Grace if Frickle could have put it down. Callaway stayed where he was at third. The only one charging him was the first baseman, Stark. It's a ball to Brennan Frickle. This Friesma continues to dance behind David, the lead runner at second. Bunt on here. Able to find the outside corner is Kirkenstein, and he goes ahead 1-2. David walked. Glad was hit by a pitch. Those are the runners on the bases here for the Trojans in the bottom of the second. Remember, game 2 only going to go 7 innings, so scoring early and scoring often important. Frickle lifts it into the air. The 1-2 tails foul. .267 the average for Frickle coming in. Would love to get another RBI hit. His first time up here in game 2. Sits on an upstairs curveball. Good eye from the Texan. He's got the count even at 2-2. Frickle, a real complete baseball player. Can hit for power, for average. Great speed, great fielder at second. Trying to inflict some damage here in the bottom of the second. 2-2 curveball, another one that Kirkenstein leaves high, and the same reaction that he had when it was ball 2 that it is here for ball 3. Upset and looking to the sky for answers. David, the lead man at second. Glad behind him with the defense playing straight up. No outs. The payoff pitch. Frickle takes it for ball 4 high, and they're loaded up for Luke Picchiotti. Time is called as Grace head coach Ryan Roth comes out of the Grace dugout on the first base side of Winterholder Field. And a pitching change in here for the Lancers as everybody huddles up around their respective head coaches. We'll introduce you to the new Grace pitcher next here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, Rob Sisson, and Adam Sieglin, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
New man on the hill for Grace is their 5'10 lefty out of Valparaiso, Indiana. Steven Hernandez, who went 4-4 last year in 13 appearances and was a Gold Glove Award winner from the pitching position in the Crossroads League. This year, he has a 2-0 record, 6th appearance overall, 4th out of the pen, a 7.20 earned run average in 15 innings. He has struck out 15 and walked just 6. Opponents are batting .338 off of him this season, and he takes over for the starter Owen Kirkenstein, who has loaded the bases here with a couple of walks and a hit by pitch sandwiched in between. As Hernandez talks with his catcher Gannon and home plate umpire Nick Marple in there listening in as well. So bases full of Trojans, bottom of the second, we're scoreless. And Luke Picchiotti trying to put Taylor on the board here in a big way, their second turn at the plate. Picchiotti 0 for 3, the hit by pitch in the opener. Hernandez, the lefty, bouncing in the first one short. Ben Kennedy, who is red hot in game number 1, going 4 for 4, is on deck. Quick second pitch up the right side, knocked down, bumbling it with his first baseman Stark. Foot race to first, Picchiotti beat it there. He's pumped, and scoring from third is David as Picchiotti shows off the wheels, and the Trojans take a 1-0 lead. So fielding error, charge to Stark over there at first after he dropped the ground ball on the right side. Strike at the knees from Hernandez to Kennedy. First one is in for a strike. Trojans lead 1-0 on the RBI by Picchiotti. He's safe at first after the fielding error. And the oohs are because someone's car just missed getting hit. So Kennedy at the plate, he's down 0-2, 4 for 4 showing in game 1. 2-strike pitch from Hernandez and another one sent to the lot. Nobody out, bases full of his mates for Kennedy, who turns one up the right field line. Playing way in was Hartley, and he watches it land in the Grace bullpen in the right field corner. Caruso, the catcher, waits on deck as the Trojans have an excellent opportunity to really take a stranglehold lead here in the bottom of the second. Kennedy watches a breaking ball miss low for ball 1. Glad, Frickle, Picchiotti, third to first. Kennedy trying to let him get out and run a little bit. Skies it out of play to the right. It's 3 foul balls here from BK with 2 strikes. Hernandez wasting a little time. Another 1-2 comes in. Kennedy bends out of the way. 2-2 on an upstairs heater. 2-2 inside of the crowding Kennedy for ball 3. Full count for the shortstop, nowhere to put him. An E3 by the first baseman Stark has brought the first run home. Here's the payoff to Kennedy. Turns it loose, third base side. Knocked down by Callaway, comes home for one. They turn to first, and they get Kennedy for a 5-2-3 double play. No runs scored, 2 away with runners at second and third here for Caruso. Really nicely done by Callaway and Gannon to turn that one from a 1 guaranteed out into 2. Good job by the third baseman and catcher.
Now batting, the catcher, Jacob Caruso.
That's the third double play that the Trojans have hit into here in the first day of the 2-day series here with Grace. 2 outs and 2 on for Caruso. Fans at an elevated curveball, nothing in 1. Taylor just 3 for 10 in game 1 with 2 outs. Second one from the lefty Hernandez. Opposite batter's box to the righty Caruso. 1 ball, 1 strike. Caruso 1 for 2 out of the 9-hole in the opener. Curveball misses, 2-1. Had a big 3 RBI double that capped a 6-run frame that gave Taylor an 8-0 lead in our first game today. High skyscraper up the left field line. Charging in now is Rochek. He's really got to run. He dives and unable to make the catch in foul ground. Caruso chucked the bat, thought it was going to be an easy fly out to left. Instead, he'll have to jog all the way back as the count is even up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wind has died down considerably since game 1. The way he was howling in the opener earlier, that one from Caruso was so high it could have been blown all the way back into where Rochek is just standing straight up right now in left field. 2-2 from Hernandez, home. Ball 3 low, and the count's full with first base open. Caruso would love to turn the lineup over to Knepp. So Trojans trying to come out of this inning with the bases loaded and nobody out with more than just the 1 run. Pitch from Hernandez. Caruso sits back and able to lift it out of play to see another one. Here comes pitch number 7, still 3-2. Caruso sits and takes for ball 4. They appeal to Timothy Clark in the field. He says it's ball 4, and they're loaded up for the top of the Taylor order in Cam Knepp. So time is called. Caruso exited. Our home plate umpire, Nick Marple, thought he was a regular player, but since he's a catcher, per NAI rules, you get the courtesy runner in, no questions asked. That's why Fletcher Remick standing over there at first right now. And now Nick Marple, the home plate umpire, coming over to chat here with Ryan Roth, the Grace head coach. So actually, they're going to move the runners back. They're going to say that wasn't ball 3 or ball 4. They're going to say it was 3. I had ball 4 up here. So they're going to move Remick back in. It's going to be a 3-2 count again. As Taylor head coach Kyle Gould's been warned. We've got multiple people in the stands keeping track of it. And so, Caruso comes back up to try to step into the count. Now 3-2 again. If this is ball 4, this place is going to go nuts. It's really going to be ball 5 because it's already been ball 4. Well, either way, it's about to get really interesting here. So here's the 3-2, depending on how you count. Hernandez deals. Ball 5, and it's a walk again, and Caruso jogs up to first. Hernandez not happy. He was given extra life, and he wasted it. And they're loaded again here with 2 outs. And the defensive flip-flop here as Austin Carr, the second baseman, moves over to third base. And Caden Calloway moves over to second. We saw Grace do this a couple of times. And here's Cam Knepp, the 7th batter of the inning. The base is loaded once again. And there's ball 6, depending on how you count. 1-0 to Knepp. Taylor has scored 1 run in the inning. They loaded him up with nobody out. And that's Remick, by the way, still running over at first for Caruso. Second one to Knepp, curveball, ball 2, or ball 7 in a row, depending if you'd like. Knepp 0 for 1, lined out to right field. Inside for a strike on the corner. Hernandez quickly working per usual. Works the outside half this time, and he evens the count at 2-2 here for the lefty Cam Knepp. Frickel at third, Picchiotti at second, and Remick back at first. 2-2, quickly working is Hernandez. Knepp, liner into right field, drops in for a hit. 1 run comes in. Here's Frickel. Behind him, chugging along, diving in head first is Picchiotti. It's a 2-out, 2 RBI single for Cam Knepp, and the Trojan lead is 3-zip. That hit for the Trojans, by the way, their first one here of the afternoon. And Caleb Colpine, close to being a strike, but it's too low, 1-0. Hernandez throws to first, lunging back in his Knepp. Cam 2 for 2 on stolen bases this season. 3-0 the Taylor lead. Second one, Colpine opposite way and screams it foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Colpine rocketed one up the right side that was snagged by the first baseman Ryan Stark back in the first. Third one slips out of the hand of Hernandez, opposite batter's box. 2 balls, 1 strike for the lefty Caleb Colpine. Caleb hitless for just the 27th time in his career out of 141 games in the opener. Trying to not add to that total here in game 2. Hernandez kick fire, and they got Knepp on a pickoff. Really good pickoff move there for Hernandez. Looks like he's coming home, but then missiled it over to first. Stark with the tag, retires Knepp. But the Trojans strike for 3 in the bottom of the second, and it's 3-0 Trojans after 2 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greeks Pizzeria, it's our taste.
If you get sick, you can trust that we will take care of you. As a Magnet designated healthcare system, our expert team will create a personalized plan to get you back on your feet.
So after the Trojans score 3 runs two of them come with 2 outs. They lead 3-0, trying to sweep the doubleheader today. And a good start here to the top of the third for Nick Crabtree against Grant Rochek. It's 0-2 against the left fielder. Played a couple of different spots there in game 1, and it's good morning, good afternoon, and good night as he chases an upstairs fastball, 3 pitches and a strikeout, and we're off and running here in the third. There's a fielding error by Stark with the bases loaded that brought home the first run for Taylor in that bottom of the second, and then a 2 RBI base knock from Knepp. So giving the Trojans a 3-run lead for number 3 on the mound, Crabtree. Ball 1 to the top of the order in Sean Gannon. Got on twice in the opener, is 0 for 1 today after flying out to Picchiotti in center. Fastball in the turf, 2-0 here for Gannon from Crabtree. Taylor needs a win to keep pace. Trying to leapfrog, get closer to Mount Vernon Nazarene. They won their opener, the Cougars did, against Spring Arbor. Swing and a miss, 2 balls and a strike. As Mount Vernon Nazarene came in 6-0 atop the Crossroads League. Indiana Wesleyan 7-1. The Trojans just a game back of both of those teams. And the 2-1 is sent foul of the lot, 2-2. But again, Mount Vernon Nazarene will get back on schedule with everybody else from a game standpoint. 2-2 up the right field line and foul. So they take on this Grace Club coming up for a twin bill on Monday. They're supposed to finish it up over the weekend, could not. So in a span of 4 days, it'll be 6 games worth of baseball for Grace. And Mount Vernon Nazarene for that matter. 2-2 is high, full count here for Gannon. 1 out, nobody on, top of the third. And the payoff. Ball 4 up and away, second free pass that Crabtree has dealt here today, and a runner on for GC.
Now batting center fielder Maximo De Leon.
Center fielder Maximo De Leon out of the Dominican Republic.
2 runners, number 25 Addison Hickman.
As Addison Hickman on to run for the catcher Sean Gannon at first. Hickman was the starting left fielder in game number 1 earlier today. No one has gotten to third base yet today for Grace here in game 2. They fell behind 8-0 after the first 3 innings of our first game today. Ball 1, by the way, to De Leon. They then put some late pressure on the Trojans, scoring 3 runs over their last 3 times up. But trailing 9-4 in the 9th, they went down in order to Jake Boyer. Swing and a miss. De Leon misses on an off-speed inside, and the count levels at 1 apiece. Look down to our left, we see the namesake of the field, Coach Winterholder, watching things near the on-deck circle. Runner goes from first. It's fouled off on the hands of De Leon, puts a dent above the siding above the Grace dugout. And the hit and runs have not been successful for either team today. Grace almost doubled up earlier on one. 2 strikes here on De Leon. Slightly closed righty stance. The lefty Crabtree a deep breath, and the 1-2 home runner stays. Swing and a miss. And De Leon down on strikes for the second time today here in game 2. 5 punch outs for Crabtree. And there are 2 away here in the third.
The second baseman, Austin Carr.
Strikeouts aplenty from this Taylor pitching staff as Crabtree fires to first. Good read from Gannon, or maybe make that Hickman to dive back in. That's 19 strikeouts by the Trojan staff between games 1 and 2. Runner goes this time. Strike at the plate. Good throw, Caruso. Tag from Kennedy. Just underneath in the nick of time was Hickman. Strike at the plate here to Carr, but another good fire down from Caruso. He threw out 2 men in our earlier game, and Gray still wants to challenge the grad student's right arm. Seventh stolen base for Hickman on the year. A strike, and now 2 of them. As the 0-1 sent up to the patrons along the left field fencing. Carr's 0 for 1 today with a strikeout swinging. And Crabtree trying to leave another runner stranded at second base here. Hickman dances, he stays, and a fly ball towards left center field. Picchiotti races in, he leans, he dives, it's in and out of his mitt. Coming around to score is Hickman. And Grace takes their first run on the board today. An excellent effort there from Crabtree as that wind just didn't hold that ball up. Picchiotti upset with himself. And the first hit on the day in there as well for Grace, and they trail 3-1. So a 2-out base knock here for Grace. Peyton Stark swings and misses at the first one. The other team was great with 2 outs in the opener. Grace going 2 for 10. That was their first 2-out hit here of the afternoon. Second one to Stark. Fastball low and in. Ball 1. Stark popped out to Glad, his first base counterpart, to get things going last inning. We're in the top of the third. Grace dropped game 1 9-4. They just got 1 back as they trail 3-1 here in game 2. Fastball actually make it off speed, and Stark was thinking fastball, swung like it, and missed it. 2 strikes as Crabtree tries to get out of the frame with 1 run home. The lefty comes home, fouled up, and just catching the top of the backstop netting and saving someone's windshield. Off speed, off the outside part of the plate, 2-2 for the righty Stark. Two for 4 was Stark in game 1. 2-2 liner over Kennedy's head at short, and another 2-out base hit here for Grace. They've gone back-to-back singles to left, and there are 2 on here with 2 out in the third. Tying runs are on here for the Lancers in game 2.
Now batting number 18, Matt Friesema.
Matt Friesema fouls off the first one. Friesema walked and got to second base last inning. 0 for 4 in game 1, trying to keep the 2-out rally going here for the Lancers. So they trail by 2 with 2 on. Fastball down the heart of the plate here from Crabtree. As Crabtree readies, 2 strikes here on Friesema, with Carr at second and Stark behind him at first. The 0-2 home from Crabtree. Caruso covers it up for ball 1. Friesema started the day with a 273 average. Wind blows hard from left to right on this sunny Friday afternoon. Fourth one on the way from Crabtree inside. And it's 2-2 for the lefty Matt Friesema. Shortstop had made a couple of nice defensive plays in our first game today. Trying to do some work with the bat here after going hitless in game one. 2-2. Liner in the air. Playing back is Knepp, still running back, ranges and makes the catch off of his left side of his body. And the tying runs left on the bases here for Grace. We head to the bottom of the third, with Taylor down 3-1 here, or leading 3-1 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online Tire Finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland. It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, Rob Sisson, and Adam Sieglin, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
So Cam Knepp's catch in deep left field limits the damage to just one at the top of the third. And the Trojan lead down to a deuce at 3-1. Curveball to Caleb Colpine paints the inner half, and it's strike one here from Stephen Henderson. Colpine, Manning, and David, the heart of the Taylor order, coming up here in the third as they lead 3-1. Fastball that Colpine skies up the left side. Towards the Taylor bullpen, Alec Holcomb walking out of the way, and it dies just next to the chain link fence. Colpine lined out to Stark, the first baseman, his first time up here in game two. Again, trying to not go hitless for back-to-back games here. The longest hitless streak he's ever been in his entire career, that's spanned 141 games, has been 3. 2 strikes to Colpine. Another one up the left field line, just misses hitting one of the lights. The numbers, you dive into them, Colpine's hitting record, they get more and more out of this world the deeper you dive. Fights one up the middle, is going to sneak through off the glove of Carr, and it does. A hit for Caleb Colpine, so he won't go hitless in back-to-back games here on a Friday, and the leadoff man is on for the Trojans. Again, Colpine came into the day with just 27 games where he hasn't recorded a hit. He's only struck out 50 times in his career, too.
The designated hitter, Braden Manning.
Colpine with 98 hits a year ago. Here's Manning, the top RBI man for the Trojans. Screams the first one foul. But no breaks in the Trojan order. Colpine, Manning, David, and then the power of Glad and Frickle after that. Hernandez, leg kick home. Fastball inside, gets the piece of the plate to make it 0-2. Good read there from Colpine. When he saw Hernandez kick that leg up, it's the same approach he has home that he has over to first. They got picked Knepp off just like that right there. But Colpine keeping a safe distance at first, and he's in there to live and trying to move over to second here with Manning at the plate. Braden a .318 average. 2-strike pitch, and we'll have another one as he sends it foul. Manning ranked as the number 3rd first baseman and the number 76 player coming out of Minnesota by perfect game in the class of 2022. Finished the year on a tear out at the World Series and picked up right where he left off this year as a sophomore. Hernandez to first. Colpine steps on the bag. Manning the DH here this afternoon. Was also the designated hitter back in the opener, too. Hernandez the first, almost caught Colpine, was lunging to his right when he needed to be lunging to his left. And Taylor head coach Kyle Gould relaying a message about the Hernandez pickoff move. Off speed, gets Manning chasing, and he's down on strikes. First punch out of the afternoon for anyone in a Grace uniform. One gone for Taylor here in the 3rd. One away for Mason David, the 3rd baseman. Was the starting 2nd baseman a year ago, after the Trojans had to make a bunch of different as Hernandez lollipops one over. And he might have seen that message relayed over to the Taylor dugout, as he kept both feet planted that time on the throw to first. Fastball up high, 1-0 here for Mason. Mason, the 3rd baseman this year, at 2nd last year, where he earned Crossroads League 2nd team honors. Hard hit to the left side, could be 2, down on Anias for Sima. Over to 2nd, back to 1st. That's a 6-4-3 double play. And the Lancers get out of the inning with no damage done. We've played 3 here in the 7th-inning game number 2. There's another double play, the second one the Trojans have hit into today. 3-1 Taylor after 3 on the Trojan Sports Network.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 4 different levels of membership for you to choose from. Each level receives complimentary season tickets, while the Athletic Director's Circle and Trojan MVP levels receive gifts from the athletic department. Over the years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-4331 or log on to TaylorTrojans.com and click on the Trojan Club tab at the top of the homepage. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University student athletes.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
One and one the count here for the right fielder Grant Hartley as Grace tries to carry their momentum from the 3rd inning into the 4th. They just turned a double play, their 2nd one of the game and 4th of the doubleheader. Trying to turn that into some offensive mo here in the 4th. Hartley swings at the 2nd one. Checks his swing. It was a curveball from Nick Crabtree. The count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. A 3-1 Grace deficit here as they bat in the 4th. Low fastball, good eye from the lefty, and the count evens at 2-2. With Hartley, Meyer, then Callaway to follow here. Two from Crabtree. Lefty on lefty, looking at strike 3 on the outside part of the plate, and Nick has his 2nd strikeout here of the afternoon. And there's one gone to start the 4th.
The designated hitter, Mason Meyer.
Highlighter orange bat for the DH, Mason Meyer. fastball for the righty, ball one. He was hit by a pitch his first time up, got to first, and that is where he stopped in that second frame. Wind starts to blow in a little bit from left to right. Breaking ball going around is Meyer, 1-1. Same two teams tomorrow with a 1 o'clock first pitch. Time is called as Meyer, the batter, asks for it, gets it. Crabtree, the lefty, out of the stretch, kicks and comes home. Fastball knee high, good job from Caruso to frame it up there. And it puts Crabtree ahead, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Crabtree quickly deals the 4th one in. High chopper right side. Charging is Frickel from second. Reaches out, throws to first, and got him. Glad almost does the splits. That ball hovered in the air forever after bouncing off the turf. Frickel made the catch off the right side of his body and turned and got Meyer out at first. 2 gone.
The third baseman, Caden Calloway.
Third baseman Caden Calloway digs in for the second time, with Crabtree knocking on the doorstep of his second 1-2-3 inning today. Fastball misses, ball 1. Calloway struck out his first time up against Crabtree. Calloway, a good first game, both offensively and defensively for Grace, as he maneuvers ahead, 2 balls, no strikes. A couple of singles and an RBI in the opener, and a couple of nice plays defensively at third. As well, he also started a 5-2-3 double play here in the nightcap. Third one, big swing, comes up with nothing but oxygen, 2-1. Two teams combined for double-figure hits in the opener, 16 to be exact, but just 2 aside here so far in game 2. The 2-1 bounces in short, 3-1 here for Calloway as he tries to get a 2-out rally started with a base on balls. It was 8 hits apiece in our first game today, but the bats have gone quiet from both sides here so far. Grace just 2 for 5 with 2 outs on the board here in game 2. And the 3-1 walk, or 3-1 ball, is going to be a walk here for Calloway, and the top of the 4th rolls on for Grace, down 2. And time is called by Taylor head coach Kyle Gould, and the Trojans are going to bring in the second-team All-American Jack Ross here with 2 outs and 1 on in the top of the 4th. The Trojans leading Grace 3-1 here in game 2 on the Trojan Sports Network.
Life to the full for me looks like approaching every conversation as if it is for the kingdom and to the glory of God.
Life to the full to me means being present where your 2 feet are at.
When I think of life to the full, I think of joy, especially the Taylor body, the Taylor community, what Taylor has to offer.
The way we're equipping students to live life to the full is that we're helping them have a global humility.
There are so many things at Taylor that are preparing me to live life to the full. I love doing research and engaging in projects within my major, computer science, so I could go from programming 1 minute to doing a Bollywood dance and performing as part of Mosaic Night the next.
We have a lot of opportunity here to help students and to equip them to live life full now and well beyond their years at Taylor, and part of that is the intentionality we have with developing relationships with one another.
I'm experiencing life to the full at Taylor through the different opportunities that Taylor allows us to learn about different cultures, people, and places.
I love that we get to do chapel together 3 times a week. Nobody takes attendance. Nobody tells me I have to be there, but I get to be there.
I think I see that in sports, on the football field, in the throwing ring, in classes, and also in student leadership positions.
I experience life to the full at chapel because I get to play in a chapel band, and I get to sit up there and play piano and glorify God with one of my gifts.
The community gives me a sense of life to the full in that I get to see students go through their 4 years here, develop as intellectuals and scholars, be prepared for their vocations, and go out into the world and influence the world for Christ.
Second team All-American from a year ago, Jack Ross comes in here, and he faces the pinch hitter Steen Bellerjoe, who's a tying run at the plate here for Grace. 2 gone, top of the 4th, as Ross takes over for the starter, Nick Crabtree. Bellerjoe 1 for 4 in 5 games. His lone hit, though, is a home run. Cuts on the second one, and the count levels up at 1-1. Ross this season, a 1-0 record, 2 saves, and a 2.45 ERA. Tied with Crabtree, the man that he replaces for the lowest ERA on the Trojan staff. Backdoor breaking ball. Ross warms his hand as he goes ahead 1-2. Crabtree goes 3 2/3. Gives up the 2 hits, the 1 run. He is responsible for the man at first. Ross readies, nods, the 1-2. Bouncer right side, right to Glad, slides on the knees, steps at first, and the Trojans get out of the inning with no damage done. Halfway home here in Game 2 as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Taylor ahead 3-1 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Lefty, righty, lefty for Taylor here in the bottom of the 4th. As Sam Glad leads it off. Goes after the first one and saws it off to the right. Steven Hernandez in his second full inning of work here in the bottom of the 4th. Just faced the minimum in the 3rd thanks to a 6-4-3 double play. Hernandez, the Gold Glove Award winner from a year ago, misses with a curveball, and the count levels at a ball and a strike. Taylor ahead 3-1 as they bat here in the bottom of the 4th. And another one in the opposite batter's box, and Glad goes up 2-1. Sam hit by a pitch and then was forced out at home on a ground ball with the bases full on a fielder's choice. And he'll draw a leadoff walk. Nope, just 3-1. Again, counting is hard, as we learned earlier. The 3-1. And that almost hit him either way. It's ball 4, and Glad takes a leisurely jog to first.
Now batting, Brennan Frickle.
Just 2 hits for the Trojans here this afternoon. Frickle walked once and scored. Fastball popped up and out of play. (3-1) Taylor lead here in the bottom of the 4th. Victorious in game number 1, 9-4. Hernandez pickoff attempt back to first. And reading it cleanly is Frickle, or is Glad as he steps back on the bag. Hernandez has already had that Great pickoff move, worked to his advantage once. Deals here to Frickle, who tomahawks it high in the air to right field. Hartley in and makes the catch for out number 1. One away, one on here for Luke Picchiotti.
Center fielder Luke Picchiotti.
Picchiotti put the ball into play that resulted in the Trojans' first run of the day on the missed played ground ball by Stark at first. Hernandez almost got Glad to bite. A slight pause with that leg kick before coming home by Hernandez. Made Glad think twice before extending his lead out. Now the throw over to first this time with the count 1-0 for the lefty Picchiotti. 3-1 Taylor lead, bottom of the 4th, trying to extend it here with only one out. Hernandez picks off Glad at first. He leaned to the right when Hernandez was coming home, and that's the second pickoff by Hernandez today with that high leg kick. And so Glad gets picked off after Knepp got picked off, and there are 2 gone here for Taylor in the bottom of the 4th. Still a ball here to Picchiotti. Second one in there for a strike, and the count's at 1-1 as Hernandez really doing a great job of keeping Grace within striking distance here as they try to get their offense going late like they did in game 1. Quick pace from Hernandez. Fastball at the knees, called for strike 2. Hernandez quickly works again. Breaker away, and Picchiotti's got the count even at 2-2. Taylor just 1 for 2 with 2 outs here this afternoon. Into a double play with only 1 out last inning. Good eye from Picchiotti. And another slider misses away, and it's a full count here for the center fielder Picchiotti. With the shortstop Kennedy waiting on deck. Luke with great speed if he can get on. Payoff from Hernandez. Picchiotti fights it off right side, right to Carr at second, fields and fires. And Grace faces the minimum here in the 4th. They trail Taylor by 2 as we head to the 5th here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Just 3 more innings left to go here in our second game from Winter-Holder Field. Jack Ross in his first full inning of work facing the top of the order, and the catcher Sean Gannon, then De Leon and Carr. 3-1 count for Gannon as he tries to get on for the second time here today. Grace batting, trailing Taylor 3-1. Ross deals a 3-1 in the bottom part of the zone, and the count's full on the called strike. Taylor, the 21st ranked team in the country when the first week coaches poll came out earlier this week. Payoff pitch, and Gannon fights it off to stay alive to the left. Taylor was the preseason number 9 team, returning every pitcher from last year's World Series club that finished in 5th out there in Idaho. Another 3-2 from Ross to Gannon, and Ross loses him. A leadoff walk here for Gannon, the first free pass allowed by Ross. And the tying runs will start to come to the plate here for GC. Courtesy runner comes on in Addison Hickman. Taylor has hit into 4 double plays today. They have yet to turn one defensively and could really use one right here. De Leon shows bunt. Ross fires one low and away, 1-0. The second team All-League pick in the Crossroads League last year. 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts here in Game 2. Backdoor breaking ball, a fan swing by De Leon for strike 1, 1-1. De Leon 1 for 3, scored twice off his lone hit and a walk. Hickman dances, he goes. Ball at the plate, Caruso throws down, and trying to catch it and tag at the same time was Frickle. It ricocheted off of the top of the mask, or the top of the helmet of the pinch runner Hickman. And he's in there with a stolen base. 2 for 2 are the Lancers here in Game 2. It's a ball at the plate to De Leon. He's up 2-1 with nobody out at the top of the 5th, with Grace down by just 2. Bunt from De Leon. Did he pull it back? He did not. Timothy Clark in the field says it's strike 2, and the count evens. Just 1 win for Grace in Crossroads League play, but it came in a shutout effort against Indiana Wesleyan a couple of games ago. Ross deals a 2-2. De Leon late bunt, first base side. Ross off the mound, fields to Glad at first, and the sacrifice bunt does its job, moving Hickman, from second to third.
Second baseman, Austin Carr.
Number 3 man in the order is Austin Carr, as Ross squares off with the top of the order here in the 5th. Wind has died down considerably since our first game earlier today. Hard hit left side, should score the runner from third as Kennedy vacuums it up at short over to Glad. It's an RBI ground out here for Austin Carr, but it scores Hickman after Gannon drew the leadoff walk, and Grace is to within 1, down 3-2.
First baseman, Ryan Stark.
So base is empty for Ryan Stark, the first baseman of Grace. Fouls it off of his leg on a breaking ball from Ross. Stark 1 for 2 here in Game 2. Grace 2 for 6 with 2 outs. Trying to get another one going here. Ross's breaker is low in the dirt. And it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Ross, the 5th-year senior out of West Lafayette, Indiana. Chopper to the third base side, foul. 2 strikes here on Stark. Junior out of Portland, Texas, transferred in from NAI power Freed Hardeman down in Tennessee. One, 2, soft liner into left, charging his Nepp. It drops in front of him for the third 2-out hit of the afternoon for Grace, and they've got the tying run on here in the 5th.
Now batting, the shortstop.
Just the third hit allowed by the Taylor staff today. And the shortstop, Matt Friesema, tries to keep it rolling here for the Lancers as they now trail by 1. Third time up for Friesema. Big lead. And Ross throws to second, and it's a balk on Ross. That Stark took off. And Stark was going to be in there safe anyway, but it's a balk on Ross. The tying run in scoring position here for Grace. The Trojans have not been as clean as they were to start off game number 1. First pitch dealt in, inside fastball, too far in, ball 1. Taylor fans do not like that any which way. Oh for 1 afternoon for Friesema. Half swing there, half-heartedly misses, strike 1. He walked in the first, then with 2 on and 2 out in the third, flew out to deep left field as Knepp tracked it down and made a nice off-the-shoulder catch. But a big spot here, top of the 5th, down 1. Protect a swing, back to the mound. Ross scoops it up, fires to first. They retire Friesema. And the damage limited to 1. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Taylor looking to get some insurance runs as their lead has been cut down to 3-2 through 4.5 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
If you get sick, you can trust that we will take care of you. As a Magnet-designated healthcare system, our expert team will create a personalized plan to get you back on your feet. Marion Health, great care from great people.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, Rob Sisson, and Adam Sieglin, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Ben up the middle, snagged by Friesema. The shortstop on shortstop crime retires 31 in white. 1 pitch and 1 gone here for Taylor in the 5th as they've seen their once 3-0 lead trimmed down to just 1. And a first pitch strike here to Caruso. As the Trojans have been held to just 2 hits here on the afternoon. And they had just 8 in game number 1, and they scored 6 of their 9 runs in the 3rd. Here they scored 3 in the 2nd and have been held scoreless ever since as Hernandez has kept them off balance. After the first pitch strike from Steven Hernandez, the next 2 out of the zone to Caruso to put him up 2-1. With Cam Knepp, the top of the order, waiting on deck. The lefty Hernandez in, chasing a curveball is Caruso, and the count squares at 2-2. Nasty stuff from the lefty Hernandez, and he works at a rapid pace. Here's what's coming in for the starter, Kirkenstein. Fastball here that Caruso sends towards the clouds. Center field, and De Leon's got plenty of time to dance underneath, and he reaches up and makes the catch after circling at center for out number 2. Taylor just 1 for 3 with 2 outs here today, and they'll try to get hit number 2. And it falls on the shoulders of the left fielder, Cam Knepp.
The left fielder, Camden Knapp.
He's the last man for the Trojans that brought home a run with a 2-out single to right. And looks at strike 1 here from the left-hander Hernandez. Second one, screamed into left field, charging after it, diving, and in and out of the glove of Rojek in left field. Knepp will hold up at first. Great effort there from Rojek. Went full extension, tried to haul it in as he dove to his right, and it was in the webbing of his mitt, but just popped out after he hit down into the grass and left. After the top 3 in the Trojan order in Game 1 struggled offensively with none of them collecting a hit. All 3 of the Trojan hits have come between the first 2 men in the order. 2 from Knepp, and now 2 from Caleb Kolping as he fights it off to the right side. Knepp wants to go first to third. He caught Grace napping and having to eat the throw his car at second. Excellent base running by the senior Knepp, and the Trojans have strung together back-to-back 2-out hits for Braden Manning. It wasn't the prettiest single that Caleb Kolping's ever hit, but he got enough to drive it into right field. And now can Manning get his first hit of the afternoon? So 2 hits for Knepp, 2 hits for Kolping. Nobody else in the Trojan order here in Game 2 has collected a hit. If Manning can change that, the Trojans will get the insurance run they need, leading 3-2. We're in the bottom of the 5th of Game 2 of the series, set to go just 7 innings. Manning jumps on the first one and sends it to deep center field. De Leon races. He's in the track and in the gap in right center field. It's a fly out to end the Taylor fun in the 5th. Off to the 6th with Taylor ahead 3-2 on the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
If you get sick, you can trust that we will take care of you. As a Magnet-designated healthcare system, our expert team will create a personalized plan to get you back on your feet.
Grace down by 1 as they've cut the deficit to 3-2. 6, 7, and 8 coming up here for the Lancers as they face off with the second-team All-American Jack Ross. Ball 1 to start here for Grant Hartley, the right fielder. Swing and a miss, and the count's even at 1-1. Hartley today popped out to Glad at first, then struck out looking to start the 4th. He starts the 6th inning here. And a fastball bounced up out of the reach of a jumping Ross. Frickle tries a double pump across his body, and stretching is Glad, and they get Hartley out at first. Almost slipping the ball from his mitt to his hand was Frickle. And Glad a little bit slow to get back up as he almost did the splits at first, but Frickle able to gather it in and fire across his body, and Hartley retired on a wonderful play by Frickle.
Number 3, 35, Mason Meyer.
That's the second high-level play we've seen from the second baseman here this afternoon. The first one came against the man at the plate here, Mason Meyer, the DH. To the right side, but foul. As Glad tracked. Meyer's been hit by a pitch outside of that stellar play from Frickle. Two runs, 3 hits, 1 error for Grace. 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors for Taylor. 1 away, bases empty, top of the 6th inning. Fastball misses low and away from Ross. And a ball to start here for Meyer. Meyer, the 6'1" graduate student from North Manchester, Indiana. Roll over, high bouncer left side, snagged on the hop by David, popped it out of the mid and fired a bullet over to first. 2 gone, 5-3 on the putout. Good read by David on the high bouncer to come in, catch it instead of waiting for it to come to him. And the Trojans the ground ball away from a 1-2-3 top of the 6th. That would be huge for the team leading 3-2. Slider in there for a strike, freezing Callaway. Callaway 0 for 1 here in game 2. He's the last man that has not faced Ross this evening. Jack comes inside, fastball too far in, 1-1. In the righty-righty matchup here. Rocek, the man on deck, also did not face Ross. He was pinch hit for when Ross came in out of the pen. 1-1 sent to the parking lot, 1-2. Ross trying to get out of the inning unscathed here in the top half of inning number 6. 1-2 to Callaway. Inside on his hands. Backs away 2-2. Games 3 and 4 this series tomorrow, starting at 1 o'clock, just like they did today. We'll have video coverage for both, audio coverage for game 2. 2-2 from Ross. And chopping it foul to stay alive is Callaway. 3-2 deficit for Grace as they bat in the top half of inning number 6. Nobody on the path for the Lancers. Fastball's away and the count's full. With a pinch hitter coming in here for Rocek. And Keenan LeBlanc, if Callaway can reach here to extend the top half of the 6th. Ross would not like that to happen. He'd love to turn it over to the Taylor bats. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, dropped by Caruso. He picks it up, dances into the field, throws to first, and a big strike number 3. 3 up, 3 down in the 6th. We head to the bottom half of the inning with Taylor still leading by 1 over Grace on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria, it's our taste.
Middle third of the Taylor order coming up here in the bottom of the 6th. They try to figure out Steven Hernandez, who has kept them off balance since entering with the bases full and nobody out in the 2nd inning. David lifts one into right field. Coming in and now going back is Hartley. He's twisting, he's turning. That's not Hartley. It's a smaller man out there in right, but either way, that man in right field makes the catch. It's Addison Hickman's over there in right field replacing Hartley. One gone for Taylor here, the home half of inning number 6. Brings up the first baseman, Sam Glad. Outside, ball 1. Glad this afternoon hit by a pitch in game 2 and walked once. And that hit him on the arm. So he's gotten on first the hard way twice today. But the Trojans get the insurance run on with minimal outs on the board as they try to get something off of Hernandez here, who's been almost unhittable. Drew Loy comes into courtesy run here for Drew Loy. A little more speed out there for the Trojans. Carr back at his spot defensively at second base as he and Callaway have been flip-flopping spots between second and third here multiple times, depending on which batter is up. Batter for the Trojans, Brendan Frickle. Wouldn't be surprised to see a ball to the outfield to see Loy and that speed go from first to third. Martinez, first one home, upstairs fastball. But if you're Loy, you have to be careful. Hernandez has already picked off 2 of your teammates over at first base here this afternoon, so you can't get too big of a lead. Be the third man picked off. 2-0. Good cover by Gannon, the catcher, to keep Loy where he is at first. One gone, bottom of inning, number 6. A 3-2 Taylor lead as they've seen their 3-0 lead be chipped away. Frickle, a high, towering fly ball to left into the wind. Rocheck is there, and he makes the catch on the track. On a regular day, probably gets out of here, but into that teeth of the wind, coming from left to right, he gets cut down for out number 2. Pinch hitter for the Trojans will be Fletcher Remick, pinch hitting in place of Luke Picchiotti here with 2 outs in the bottom of inning number 6.
Pinch hitting for Taylor, number 4, Fletcher Remick.
Fletcher, the sophomore out of Elmhurst, Illinois, 10 for 20 in 16 games played this season. Dealt with a lot of off-season injuries a year ago. Played sparingly, mainly as a defensive sub and a courtesy runner a year ago. Was ear to ear when we had a chance to chat a few days ago about being able to play, and not just play here as a sophomore, but play a significant role. He's been the main courtesy runner today when Caruso's gotten on, but you can really see the joy he's had been able to play here in his 2nd year at Taylor. Takes the first one from Hernandez on the outer half for a strike. Went to the same high school, Timothy Christian, as Taylor women's basketball player Maddie Day. Or Dye, excuse me. Low one to Remick. He goes the count even 1-1. Dry, excuse me, that's her last name. I'm getting old. Forget things easily. Go ahead, or insurance run at first. Remick left side, backhand diving stop in and out of the mitt of Friesema. And a pinch hit single here for Fletcher Remick, and there are 2 on for the Trojans with 2 gone here in the 6th. Remick's got good speed out there as well if Kennedy can get one to the outfield here with 2 away.
Shortstop Ben Kennedy.
5 hits this afternoon. None have gone for extra bases just yet. Bottom of the 6th, Taylor leading by 1, 3-2, going for the doubleheader sweep here on day 1 of this 2-day series. First one home from Hernandez, below the knees, 1-0. Loy runs for Glad at second base. Remick with his pinch hit singles at first. Taylor has not scored since the bottom of the second. Pickoff attempt to second. Hernandez wheeling on the mound and wisely fires it over across his body over to Carr, the second baseman. Trying to keep Loy honest over there at second. Loy, one of the fastest, if not the fastest player on the Taylor roster. It's a fastball from Hernandez, gets away from the righty Kennedy, 2-0. Ross is standing in the Taylor bullpen. It'll be interesting to see if he comes out for the top of the seventh. Third one to Kennedy. Lifts it foul to the parking lot for strike one. Taylor victorious in game one, 9-4. They jumped out to an 8-0 lead, eventually pushed it to 9-1. Here they led 3-0 after two and have watched Grace chip away ever since. Almost landing on the ankles of Kennedy. Loy a healthy lead off of second as he watched Gannon snag it. Loy trying to find any sliver of space to take an extra 90 feet. But it's 3-1. And if Kennedy can get on, there is wheels for days all over the bases with Caruso on deck. 2 outs, bottom of the sixth. Hitters count for Kennedy at 3-1 from Hernandez. Here's the pitch. Kennedy up, foul territory, right side, drifting, and out of play. Off the light post and back into the field of play, so the Trojans and Lancers get that ball quickly back in to rotation. Game 2 set to go, just 7, so a really big spot here for Kennedy. 2 on, 2 out, bottom of inning number 6, leading just 3-2 as the 21st ranked Trojans of Taylor. Kennedy was 4 for 4 in the opener today. Tonight here in game 2, 0 for 2. Payoff? No. Hernandez lobs it over to Carr at second base. The windup, right even out of the stretch, and the pickoff move for Hernandez almost identical. Here's the 3-2. Runners go. Kennedy up the right field line, drifting towards the bullpen, and Grace guys go ducking for cover. As if a snowball was hurled on a snow day their way. Bounces off of the wood bench and out of play. All those guys down there have mitts, and none of them wanted to try to go catch it. So here's pitch number 7. Count still full to Kennedy. First and second, 2 away in the 6th. The runners go, and that almost clipped him. It did clip him on the arm. And they're full for the Trojans. And Riley Singleton will pinch hit here for Caruso. Big spot here for the freshman out of Evansville, Riley Singleton. And it looks like he might be seeing a new arm before this can even get going. Ryan Roth, the Grace head coach, walking out of the pen. Keegan Deaton from nearby Swayze, Indiana, warming up right now in the Lancers bullpen, but right now is pretty much playing catch with one of his catchers. So Singleton steps in here, freshman from Evansville, Indiana, playing in his 21st game of the season. 8 for 44 with a 182 average, but 3 doubles and 5 driven in for the 6'1", 205-pound freshman. A long meeting out there on the mound with Roth and the Grace infield. Normally by now they've broken it up, but they continue to let the Grace folks keep a chat. And now they will go back to their respective spots. So Riley Singleton pinch hitting here for Caruso. Trojans are 1 for 3 today with the bases loaded. They scored the bases full back in the second. First one from Hernandez. Singleton took a healthy cut, was on top of it, and fouled it back off of the catcher Gannon. Singleton pinch hitting for Caruso in the 9 spot. Runners third to first. Loy pinch running. Remick, who pinch hit, and Kennedy is at first. 3-2 Taylor lead, bottom of the 6th. Looking for some insurance heading to the final inning here of game 2. Fastball away. Gannon tried to bring it across the corner, could not. And the count's even at 1-1 to number 1. Taylor's offense has been quiet since that 3-run second. Singleton to the left side, down on it, and throwing to second is the shortstop Friesema. The Trojans leave them full as we head to the 7th, but Taylor 3 outs away from a doubleheader sweep. They lead Grace 3-2. 7th inning coming up next here on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
If you get sick, you can trust that we will take care of you. As a Magnet designated healthcare system, our expert team will create a personalized plan to get you back on your feet. Marion Health, great care from great people.
To the top of the 7th we go. Dalton Swinehart trying to pick up the save as he faces 9-1-2, and it's a pinch hitter coming in here for Grace in Keenan LeBlanc, the 5'10 sophomore out of Brownsburg. Swinehart takes over for Jack Ross, who went 2 1/3, allowed just 1 hit and the 1 run. Swinehart, first one missed, second one is in there. Second year for Dalton here at Taylor. A 1-3 overall record with a team leading 2 saves. Finds the outside corner just above the knee. He goes ahead 1-2. Swinehart shifted into a reliever role this year after being a starter in 2023. The 1-2 home to the right side, and Frickle at second. Waits on it, fields it, fires, and there's one away. Taylor leading 3-2 here in the top half of the 7th. The lineup turns over to Gannon and De Leon here for GC.
Now batting the catcher, Sean Gannon.
Gannon today 0 for 1 with a pair of walks. That ERA at 8.49 for Swinehart here. Fastball high, 1-0. Just 3 hits scattered today by GC, all singles. Fastball inside as Swinehart challenges the righty Gannon for strike 1. Gannon has walked twice. His courtesy runner Hickman has scored twice. Caruso tried to pull it back over across the outside part of the plate, could not. And that puts Gannon up 2-1. Just a 3-2 deficit here for Grace as they try to pick up their 8th win of the season and their 2nd one in Crossroads League play. Pitch number 4, taking a hack at it was Gannon, fouls it off of both Caruso and home plate umpire Nick Marple. And the count sits 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody on, 1 out. Top half of the last inning. Swinehart, the righty, comes home. Little flail off the end of the bat. Frickel calls everybody away at second, makes the catch, and Grace is down to their last out here on the day. Swinehart doesn't like that baseball, so he gets a fresh one from Caruso. And Nick Marple behind the plate. But it leads to Marple's liking, so it goes back in the bag. And here's Maximo De Leon, the center fielder for Grace, the last man standing here in Game 2 for the visitors. Swinehart misses low, 1-0. 0 for 2 day for De Leon, 2 strikeouts in the first and third. Then laid down a sacrifice bunt that brought home the second run on the day for Grace back in inning number 5. To the gap in right center field. De Leon with great speed. We'll see it shown off here as it's overrun by Picchiotti in center field. De Leon in there at second. It's a 2-out double for Grace, and the tying run is in scoring position here in the top of the 7th. And the first extra base hit of the afternoon for Grace is their 4th one of the day here in Game 2. And it's Austin Carr, the second baseman, trying to move De Leon over, who a year ago set the single-season record for stolen bases with 29 and runs with 53. So 11 and Gray has got wheels for days, and Taylor's got to be careful here, leading by just 1. Fastball up high from Swinehart. Ball 1, and for the first time all day, the Grace dugout has come to life. It's a 1 for 3 day for Carr, but he's driven in both of their runs. Taylor trying to keep it at just that, at just 2. Pitch number 2 from Swinehart is low, 2-0. Caruso calls time to have a chat with 13 and White. Carr, an excellent bat this season, .333 the average coming in, with 3 doubles, a triple, and 4 homers. So we mentioned just 1 for 3 here in Game 2, but has driven in both of the Grace runs and drove in 3 of their 4 runs in the opener, where he went 2 for 4. So the perfect man up here if you're wearing the red and black of Grace. Carr, a 6'2 senior from Franklin Central High School down in Indianapolis. 2-out doubles got De Leon in scoring position. The 2-0. Chopped third base side and foul by about 1.5 feet. A win here by the Trojans would be their 4th in a row and move them to 8-2 in Crossroads League play. Grace, as Taylor head coach Kyle Gould said, league play has not gone their way, but they have been in pretty much every one of these league contests. They're threatening here to tie the game in the top of the 7th with 2 outs. Runner goes to third, 2-1, hit to the left side. De Leon has a go behind him, and here comes the tying run. A single in the left field from Carr, and he drives in his 6th run of the doubleheader. He's driven in all 3 for Grace here in Game 2, and we're deadlocked at 3 with back-to-back 2-out hits from the Lancers. And time is called by Taylor head coach Kyle Gould. He waves the entire infield in. With nobody in the Taylor pen, it'll be all Swinehart to try to get out number 3 here in the 7th. But De Leon goes opposite way, up into the right field gap. And then Carr pulls one through the left side, and just clicking his heels to get out of the way was the runner De Leon. As Carr will be pinch ran for over at first. It looks to be Gavin Kelly, 28, coming in to get him. And it is. So as we head to the 7th, the Trojans, though, do have the top of the order coming up when we get to the bottom of the 7th. They hope that the score remains 3-3.
Now batting number 4, Ryan Stark.
So here's Ryan Stark, the first baseman. Gavin Kelly, again, the pinch runner at first base, who represents the go-ahead run here for the Lancers. The Trojans dropped Game 2 of their most recent league series to Spring Arbor before coming back and running over the Cougars on Monday. winning by a combined 25-3. They got run over by St. Francis, losing 16-6 in the third game of the USF series, before winning game 4 to take that series 3-1. Swinehart misses short. A ball here to Stark, who before the back-to-back hits by De Leon and Carr had owned 2 of the 3 hits that Grace had produced so far. He looks for his third, trying to give Grace the lead with the wind picking up to the left side. Kennedy just out of his reach, bouncing into shallow left field. Kennedy quickly pounces on it. That's now 3 straight 2-out hits here for Grace with their backs against the wall in the top of the 7th.
Shortstop Matt Friesema.
2 on, 2 out for the shortstop Matt Friesema of Grace. They've strung 3 hits together with 2 gone. Fly ball towards Picchiotti in center. Slips slightly, got his balance back. He's underneath, and the catch is made for out number 3. Swinehart with a couple of words for his mitt. Grace has come back to tie us at 3. The Trojans try to walk it off in the bottom of the 7th with Knepp, Caleb Colpine, and Manning coming up in the game tied at 3.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland. It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, Rob Sisson, and Adam Sieglin, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Tyler Redmond, the new left fielder, on for Grace. Steven Hernandez still out there dealing strikes for GC as the Lancers came back to tie our game at 3 here in the top half of the 7th. And the second one to Knepp. And it's 1-1 here for the leadoff man in the order. 3 all with Knepp, Caleb Colpine, and Braden Manning. Ball away from the lefty Hernandez, who has been out there since the bottom of the 2nd. 5 innings in total for Hernandez, 5 hits, 1 run. It was not earned. Now he's in danger of walking just his 3rd batter of the inning. And with Knepp's good speed, that's a problem for Grace and good news for Taylor. Knepp has gotten on the last 2 times he's been to the plate with a couple of singles, trying to make it 3 in a row here. And he does so with a leadoff walk. The winning run is on, 1 batter into the bottom half of the 7th. And out comes Grace head coach Ryan Roth. They've already had Keegan Deaton up in the pen. And it's now looks to be Deaton's time here taking over for Hernandez. So, new pitcher coming in for Grace. We're in the bottom of the 7th. 3-3 score, nobody out. Winning runs at first base. We're back with more next here on the Trojans Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greeks Pizzeria, it's our taste.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
If you get sick, you can trust that we will take care of you. As a Magnet designated healthcare system, our expert team will create a personalized plan to get you back on your feet. Marion Health, great care from great people.
Oak Hill graduate Keegan Deaton back near his hometown in Swayze. Winning runs at first base here in the bottom of the 7th. Caleb Colpine tries to jump on the first one from Deaton and sends it foul. Deaton this year, 7th appearance, all in relief, an ERA of over 14. In 6 1/3, he has struck out 8, walked 4, and given up 10 runs, all earned. Pickoff attempt back to first. Knepp's already been picked off once by the man that Deaton takes over for, and Steven Hernandez. And the Trojans do not want to have it be twice here. Nobody gone, bottom of the 7th. With a good bat of Caleb Colpine up to the right side, and he pulls it foul between the bag and Cam Screeton, the first base coach. Caleb hitless in the opener, has gone 2 for 3 with back-to-back singles here in Game 2. The problem is he and Knepp have 4 of the 5 hits trying to get someone else to come to the party. Colpine up deep left field, playing back and diving, not making the catch is the new left fielder in there for Grace. Going first to third is Knepp. Double for Colpine and the winning run 90 feet away with nobody out in the 7th. Just the 5th hitless game for Colpine on the year. He follows it up with a 3-hit showing here in the nightcap and have the Trojans on the doorstep of winning this one. Again, it's Tyler Redmond, the new left fielder in for GC, replacing Rojek. And the leader in RBI this year for the Trojans is Braden Manning, and he has stepped to the plate. He's 0 for 3 today. The Grace infield has come all the way in, and the Lancers wisely, intentionally walk with no pitches, 21 in whites. But it's not like there's no slouches because David steps in. He's batting just .295, no slouch there. He's also driven in 18, which is second most on the Trojans this year behind the man at first, Manning. And now a whole host of guys, 6 in total, come in to chat with the Coach of the Year last year in the Crossroads League, Kyle Gould. The all-time winningest coach here at his alma mater. His coach is the namesake of the field and his family, Coach Larry Winterholder, who is a fine player, not just in baseball, but a multi-sport athlete. During his time here at Taylor was a really, really good basketball player, Coach Winterholder was. We saw him here earlier today. You can see him out when the weather now starting to get warm. You'll see him out on the George Glass Track and Field Complex getting his daily steps in. So the base is loaded, nobody out for Mason David in a 3-3 bottom of the 7th. Deaton deals home. David knows all he needs is a sac fly, and he skyrockets the first one he gets out of play. Foul.
Mason today started the day off with a walk here in game 2. Has been 0 for 2 since. Grace infield plays in, Wynn picks up, David launching it foul of the left side. So he's fouled it to the right, fouled it to the left. He's down 0-2 here against Deaton, who took over for the stellar Steven Hernandez after he walked Knepp. The aforementioned Knepp, the winning run 90 feet away at third. The 2-strike pitch to David. Fouls it up the right side. 3 swings. To the right, to the left, and to the right again, all foul. Taylor able to take it to the finish line, winning game 1 9-4. They scored the 3 runs in the bottom of the second. Their offense trying to come with some late life here and walk it off here to sweep the doubleheader. Still 2 strikes on David, the 4th pitch. David left side, just dancing out of the way is Knepp as it bounced foul. There's a whole lot of commotion and traffic on that left side of the infield with Callaway playing tight to the bag. All the Trojans need is a base hit. Still 2 strikes on David. The 5th pitch upcoming here from Deaton. And here it is. David almost had to wear it. That would have ended that game here with a hit by pitch, just like the softball team did on Tuesday. The ball to David. Bases full of his mates here in the bottom of the 7th. The pitch up the right side, drops into right field. Here comes Knepp, and the Trojans walk it off in the bottom of the 7th thanks to Mason David, winning game 2 4-3. Grace came all the way back after falling behind 3-0 to tie us at 3 in the top of the 7th, all coming with 2 outs in that 7th frame. But Mason David comes up, a walk by Knepp, a double from Caleb Colpine. They intentionally walked Manning, and then the Trojans get the opposite way bloop single for Mason David to walk it off here in the bottom of the 7th as the Trojans win 4-3. We'll be back with the Ivanhoe's post-game show next here on the Trojan Sports Network.
If you get sick, you can trust that we will take care of you. As a Magnet-designated healthcare system, our expert team will create a personalized plan to get you back on your feet. Marion Health, great care from great people.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, Rob Sisson, and Adam Sieglin, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 4 different levels of membership for you to choose from. Each level receives complimentary season tickets, while the Athletic Director's Circle and Trojan MVP levels receive gifts from the athletic department. Over the years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-4331 or log on to TaylorTrojans.com and click on the Trojan Club tab at the top of the homepage. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University student athletes.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Welcome back here inside the press box at beautiful Winterholder Field. The Ivanhoe's post-game show kicks off with our conversation with Taylor head coach Kyle Gould as his team sweeps both games with a doubleheader today against Grace. Winners 9-4 in the opener, and they walk it off in the bottom of the seventh thanks to Mason David 4-3 in game 2. Overall thoughts on the day, picking up 2 more Crossroads League wins. You guys have now won 4 in a row.
Yeah, first off, I mean, Gable was fantastic. It's about as good of a performance as you'll see. And you could see after he came out, their hitters they have some good hitters and they score runs. And Gable was just dominant today in game 1. And we didn't help him. A couple, I know one error, another play I thought we could have made, but he pitched around it, and I thought his stuff was pretty electric today and competed really well. And got a little bit 9-2, and then Jake Boyer settled in and did great. And then of course game 2 we were trying to transition Nick a little bit, get that pitch count up, but he's pretty tough stuff to hit as well.
Let's talk about Gable. He strikes out the first 7 men of the inning. I believe at one point, I think if I remember right, he threw 79 pitches. He threw 60 for strikes, and a strike percentage of almost 80%. That is otherworldly, and he had command of every one of his pitches today. He was fantastic.
Yeah, and he's got 4 good pitches, and the velocity is really good too. So he was a handful, and you could see kind of the second, third time through the order they were just swinging early in the count. But yeah, he was great and got us off to a great start in the series, and we needed it,
Offense got going. You get the big 3 RBI double from Caruso there to really break things open. That was his first extra base hit of the year. What's it like to see him kind of get going offensively here?
Yeah, Ben Kennedy had 4 hits in the first game, half our hits, and then Nathan, he's doing a great job. And if we can get Jacob going a little bit, it gives us a kind of that complete order. And we had some timely hits, but I wouldn't say it was great today on offense by any stretch. I thought we're just maybe not quite as aggressive, not quite as just not swinging the bats like with near the conviction that we did last series. I'll say that.
You guys look at game 2. You get the 3 there in the second, and after the whole fiasco with ball 3, ball 4, all that stuff, Knepp comes up, smacks one into right field, kind of put any stop to that, and then you guys have to battle back and withstand a couple of punches from Grace as they come back to tie it there. What does that say for your team? Maybe not playing their best, getting an ugly win here, but still coming away with the win.
Well, we needed it. They come back and 2 outs, nobody on, and Dalton just fell behind some of those hitters, and you fall behind them, you can see what they do, and they put 3 good swings in a row, but I was proud of them. We went out there, we got out of it, and then Cam Knepp is like, he's really good. You better throw strikes to him, and then Caleb gets a double, and then at that point, you think we all feel really good with Mason David in the box, and it was good. It was good to just bounce back and take the win, and obviously. Sorry, we got 2 more tomorrow, and you're trying to win the series, and you get those first 2, you have a great chance. But we'll see their best arms tomorrow, and our guys who throw tomorrow threw on Monday, and we burned some guys today, so it's going to be a big challenge to try to win the series for sure. And I think even them coming back and tying that game like that probably gives them a lot of life, a lot of belief. I know they've had a couple rough in a row, but again, like their non-conference resume is really good. They've beaten some good teams and have handled some good pitchers, and so. I'm sure they'll come back tomorrow with a lot of belief with their best guys on the mound and their hitters, getting a little momentum going there.
And they shut out an Iowa team that just scored 25 runs in their first game against Goshen. So just because they're now 1-7 in the league doesn't mean they still don't have really, really talented guys. You mentioned Nick Crabtree got his third start of his career, first one of the season, trying to move him maybe into a starter role. Didn't go as long as you might have liked. What do you think overall as he had some really good moments there early on?
Well, his stats are incredible. Like, I think we were hoping to get 4. But he was getting tired, and we weren't gonna. That game was too tight to leave him out there. And Jack's really good at getting out of innings, so we felt like, well, if we get Jack in there, and Jack was done. You could tell he kind of finished on fumes and go to Dalton, and he's had some big moments for us. We'll just see with Nick. I think the challenge is when you don't start him, it's hard to get him enough innings, and he's too good to throw like 1 to 2 innings a weekend. And so we got to just figure out like what the role is. But really, a lot of it was Matt bouncing him back last Monday. We had to start. We had to do something today, and so we thought, throw Nick in there, and I'm proud of the effort he gave him. You can see he's so hard to hit. As good as Gable was, nobody gets more swings and misses on our team than Nick, and he's very hard to hit. And so we'll just see whether we keep him in that starter role, and part of it's going to be like what we get out of the rest of the bullpen guys, and tomorrow will be a big test. But we have some guys, Gage hasn't thrown, and Wes hasn't thrown, and Platt hasn't thrown, and Frady hasn't. We got a lot of guys. Jared hasn't thrown, so we got a lot of guys. We just need to get 2 good starts and hopefully set ourselves up well.
Last thing, how do you guys get your grass so great? This looks fantastic.
Yeah, little. I mean, they think
Mother Nature.
El Nino helps, and then early fertilization this year with El Nino. So no, it looks great, and the hitter's eye screen will be up here real soon, and that'll be a good thing. It'll make it look even better. But yeah, it looks beautiful. It looks like late April right now. So it's a fun place to play, and excited to be up here. So.
Your team is waiting, and Justin Barber just gave it the side eye, so I think it's time for you to go and talk to the boys.
They're fine. So thanks, Rick. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Kyle. Head coach of the Trojans, the 20th season here, leading his alma mater as they win today 9-4 and by a final of 4-3. With the win, the Trojans move to 15-9 overall, 8-2 in the Crossroads League. They are a perfect 8-0 here at home, and the Trojans also get to host the Crossroads League tournament here on this field coming up in May. Grace Falls is 7-13. They're 1-7 in the league. Special thanks to Nathan Tompkins, our producer today. The executive producer of the Trojan Sports Network is Seth Michael. Taking the win in game number 1 is Gable Pentecost. The Trojans give Jack Ross the win in game number 2 as they both add to their total this year. Gable now 2-1. Jack picks up his first win of this, or making his second win of the season to go with his 2 saves. Taylor and Grace back at it tomorrow with a 1 o'clock first pitch. Remember, we'll have video coverage of both games. We'll have audio coverage joining in game 2. We will be over providing video and audio coverage of lacrosse, which also starts at 1, and we should be able to get back over here roughly by the time game 2 gets going. So audio coverage might not start right off the jump for game 2, but I'll be yapping at you a little bit tomorrow, don't worry. So, again, for everybody here, thank you so much for tuning in. Same 2 teams back at it tomorrow. The doubleheader first pitch comes up at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Final scores here from Winter Holder Field. In Game 1, Taylor wins 9-4. The Trojans take Game 2 in walk-off fashion thanks to Mason David in the bottom of the 7th. In the nightcap, winning 4-3. This has been a presentation of Taylor Baseball on the Trojan Sports Network. Until we talk to you again, we say goodnight from Upland, Indiana.
Proceeding has been a presentation of the Trojan Sports Network.